Good morning, everybody. Yeah, okay, that's looking good. Awake for enough for combat yet, but I'm barely awake at all. Hey, good morning. That was far from the only zombie that was going to be in this area. Lots of them are hanging out in the cemetery up there. They're coming around that gate opening. I don't understand these movements sometimes. I don't know where this guy is going. I know where I'm sending him, though. don't think that group down there has ever been the problem. It's always been the people coming down from the cemetery up here. Like this one. What the fuck is she doing? She, what the fuck? What are you doing? There's no need to be walking into the railroad tracks. The human is over here. I'm just going to kill every single one of these ones. I'm tired of dealing with this intersection having random zombies in it. It's in my supply line. Not very sound sensitive, are they? How's it going? Doing pretty well. We are trying to get a trip done today, and of course, the moment I entered this intersection, a big old Z stuck on my hood, so we are wiping out an area here. Just gonna turtle my way through it. Nice and easy.
Hey!
Man, trees. He immediately started slapping his face against the fucking fence. I should have known better. Now he wants to come out of the trees. I get the feeling that a lot of the ones hanging out there next to the fence, what they're going to do is they're going to hear me driving past, and they're going to eventually figure out how to mosey around the fence. That's the current theory. We'll waste them all here. Maybe we'll buy ourselves a few trips. Public speaking. Public speaking is... well, it's a thing. It's definitely a thing. Is it something you enjoy speaking about? Because in my mind, that makes all the difference. If it's not, then, well, I don't have much I can say. I hate doing public speaking about things I don't like. Things I like, though. I actually kind of like it. Soapbox mentality. Principles of media based on the movie Terminator 2. Well, you got some good material to work with, at least. I'm less worried about a slow one right there next to the fence, because then, if he happens to hear me drive by, he's going to take forever to get around the fence. I did hear somebody slapping just now, but they were probably on the other side. Morning, Mario. How's it going? See, I always felt the key to public speaking is to actually try to have fun with what you're talking about and focus on that instead of the fact that you are in front of a bunch of people. A lot of other people say, like, oh, just imagine the audience in their underwear or something stupid like that. That requires you to focus on the audience, and for me, that doesn't work. I need to pretend the audience isn't there in order to get into it when they're right in front of you. Right? Doing all right. I am still in the process of waking up, but combat has been thrust upon me, so I think we're doing all right. Combat quite literally decided to just appear on my hood as I was driving down our railroad track here. I've been back and forth on this railroad track about at least a dozen times now, but it only recently started getting bad down here, and it's probably because I displaced a lot of people by shooting further down this road at the intersection at 31 West. That's my prediction on that. In any case, I do believe we should be okay for more back and forth on this intersection for now. Of course, the 4th is going to take us all the way to Fowles Lake today, because it is August the 8th, and that was my projected RTB. Last one for a very long time, because I'm going to... I want to say the sweet potatoes are ready. I don't know that for sure, but we're going to ascertain the status of the sweet potatoes, among a few other things. and see how that's looking. Right. I need to not do that. That's not good. We're okay. Need a little. I started vibing a little bit there. We have our way around. You see that I should have had a warning sign, being as I went through the barricade there. Hey. I've been back. Godspeed, my man. Godspeed. Yeah, cones would not be the worst idea. But we are off the railroad tracks now. Back on 31 West. No, I thought I saw somebody up there. Nope. Just hallucinating, as usual. So we do have logistics waiting for us at West Point Base here, but that's not the current focus. The current focus is we got a ticking clock over our head for the crops, and I would like to see where they're at now that it is the 8th of the month. So plenty of stuff waiting for us there. It can continue to wait for the immediate moment. Did I lose all my wood? Oh, I haven't looked at my animals yet. I have heard people reporting that animals are some of them are gender confused now. That could be bad for my chickens because, of course, you know, chickens I actually have a lot of. And if some of them are now male instead of female, all it takes is one. Now that we have a properly defended animal pen at Jericho, I may end up taking a cow with me. I will probably actually take a cow from Riverside as opposed to Phallus Lake, because Phallus Lake is a place that is well defended and deserves to have animals at it. Meanwhile, Riverside is not well defended. It is literally just a farm that I drove through at one point and moved a feeding trough outside so that the rainwater would continue to give them water. Lucky I don't have my revolver on me. Alrighty. We are currently most of the way back to Phallus Lake here. Definitely not an easy commute. Wouldn't want to do it every day. That's why I've been not doing it for quite a while. Even though there are still plenty of trips I could do. This trip I'm going to make sure to bring a few axes, among other things. I know I can make my own, but the firefighter axes have a better hitbox. Or, what's the right word? Not hitbox, but, well, I guess it is hitbox. The weapons model for the forged axe, the one that we can build at the smithy, is longer than the firefighter axe, and yet the actual weapon range of them both is the same. And so visually, when I look at the firefighter axe, I expect to be able to hit, because the model is longer, I expect to be able to hit targets based on the model, and that's wrong. So I can't use it. It fucks me up. Because most of the other models in this game, the weapon models, are actually pretty good in terms of, you know, visually going by visuals on how far away they are. It just grazed her with the edge of the blade there. It's great. Can't do that with an axe. You will whiff if you try to do that. Forged axe, rather. Firefighter axe is perfectly fine. Unless they fix that. I have not tried the forged axe in at least 2 versions, I think. But last I remember trying it, that was the result. What I'm probably going to do this time for this trip is, instead of doing more towing trips, well, at least not initially, what I'm going to do is I'll probably do a step van with a trailer. At Phallus Lake, I've got 2 step vans that are currently unpurposed, but full of great parts, and just awaiting to be loaded up with stuff. And I will probably take one of those and hook up an animal trailer and go to Riverside, pick up a cow. I believe we have a Holstein up there. I do not know for sure. I will basically, the plan is now I'm going to go to Phallus Lake, see what there is to do with the crops, and then I will take a step van loaded up with supplies destined for... I shouldn't forget this is a throwaway car. I mean, it is, maybe it's an LEO vehicle, but it's also a throwaway car. If I need to wipe out lots of rabbits fast, I should just plow through them at low speed. Don't take this as a red flag, please. I didn't do this. The devs did. I'm not the one putting these things in the middle of the road and making them cause damage to vehicles. The devs did that. If you guys didn't want to see somebody being rewarded with clean roads by wiping out families of small animals, maybe you should ask the Andy Stone devs why they spawn them in the middle of the road. Not only that, but they also damage us. I mean, honestly, if they didn't damage us, then I just would ignore them. Okay, maybe I would still get a little bit annoyed by the blood on the hood, but I would be far less incentivized to get out and wipe them all out. Right now, that is the safest thing to do for the road, is to annihilate anything that's in it, zombie or otherwise. Honestly, if my animals are, like, messed up, like some of them are male when they should be female or something like that, I will see if I can fix that in debug mode. That will be something I do, because, I'm not accepting that. That's just a bug with the game that shouldn't be happening. Alright, what do we got here? We have some unnamed lambs. We need to sex them. You are a female. I believe you are the daughter of F1A, or I'm sorry, F1. Yes. You are running to mama. You are already labeled as a... Okay, I named it Kill Me because it was male. Now it's female. Well, let's find out about my bull here. Yeah, we got a female bull. I mean, the thing about having a male is you need them to knock the females up. But the pregnancy duration right now has been nerfed to such an extent that it's now so slow that he's served his purpose. If he's suddenly no longer able to mate, am I ever going to see the consequences of that? Like, for example, is Athena ever going to give birth? I don't know. She's been pregnant now for... How long has it been since we got to Phallus Lake? The better part of a year. I don't know how long cow pregnancies are supposed to last, but yeah, she's been pregnant for a while now. In any case. I think we have one sheep that is still not labeled. Well, this one is called a female. I don't know if that's true. This one is allegedly the daughter of Suffolk F2. So you're F2A. Tentatively. Yeah. I'm just gonna have to assume that they broke animals this update. What? Oh, I picked... okay, then. I accidentally picked up the propane tank instead of the water bucket and proceeded to use my other water bottle to wash the car. Okay. I did that. I can't complain about the game. Oh, we got mildew on the spinach there. Okay, how many buckets of mildew cure is necessary? I don't think it's going anywhere if it doesn't. I don't know if I'll be living near animals anytime soon if I can hear them through walls at this distance. It's... okay, never mind. At Jericho, I can't seem to hear the turkeys from the building. So, I guess that's at least far enough away. Maybe it's only certain animals, though. Which town do I think is interesting to explore? That's going to be very subjective. Are you looking for something in particular? Because each town offers a lot of different things. If you're just looking for sheer real estate, Irvington is one of the biggest outside of Louisville, but a lot of what you're going to find there is just houses, residential houses. There's different types. Interesting to explore doesn't necessarily yeah, I mean, what am I looking for, right? That's usually if I'm going to go to a town, I have something in mind specifically. It's not just the sake of the town itself. Like if I'm going, Ekron is one of the first towns I hit because of the community college, and that's books. If I go to Brandenburg, it's usually because of the checkpoint there. So it's almost ready for harvest tomato in its days. Almost ready for harvest rosemary, still weeks away. Okay, well. Almost ready for harvest sweet potatoes, still weeks away. Again, why am I hearing moos right now? I know I spent a lot of time last stream complaining about the sound changes. I specifically, very specifically positioned the animal farm as far away from the base as I could so that it was just barely at the edge of render tile or render area. And apparently that's now close enough to hear the fucking noises. Oh boy, howdy. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We have fun here. Yeah, no, the 20 to 70 tiles, I feel like there needs to be a running list of things that are not zombies that slap doors that have had their sound increased from 20 to 70 tiles. And I feel like that list should be something that people are constantly contributing to on Reddit or something, just to meme it really hard, because I mean honestly that is absolutely a meme right there. Okay, hang on a second. I should not. 1, 2, 3, 4. Last 4 in that row. I got 1 short. Okay, so some of the tomatoes are down to days as opposed to weeks. Oh, well, that's not going to work, is it? I never turned the generator back on. Soon, TM. Yeah, that's not a bad plan. That's not a bad plan at all. You're just going to have to focus on what you don't have, and then look for places where that stuff is. I mean, that's usually what I do. I can't really recommend a particular town as being interesting to explore because, I mean, if you're just looking for things to see, they're all the same. There's not very much different between them in terms of there's places to loot and they're full of zombies. I know it's not a very interesting answer, but yeah, it's I don't operate very well without specifics. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this. This is kind of absurd. Now we're just getting fucking errors when we try to. Well, it's because it's empty. I actually didn't want to fucking do that. Well, now we got some spinach. Okay. I wanted to try to treat it, but I harvested it. Guess we're powering up main base sooner than I expected. Yeah, might as well have some spinach. Let's make ourselves a salad. Okay, so what I'm learning right now is that we're hearing the mammals. The mammals specifically, we're hearing through all walls. The chickens sound no different. Do I stream every day? No, streaming schedule's in the description. Wednesdays are an exception. Wednesdays I'm not sure yet. So Wednesdays are kind of hit or miss, but Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday are the actual days that I'm supposed to be streaming. Let's figure out something with these. I don't think the sweet potatoes changed after I put compost on them, but let's take another peek. They're still weeks. Okay, so both of these are still weeks after both being composted to the latest phase. That tells me that it's less than a month, but more than a week is all that tells me. So let's get a peek at the... thanks. I mean, I would just be playing video games no matter what if I was home. In the middle of the week here, it's a bit of a question as to whether I would be home. My on-site work schedule has been in flux. I'm supposed to be working on-site on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, but that's about a fifth of a tank of gas. I don't know if you've looked at gas prices lately. They're not pretty. I have been doing everything in my power to not have to do that commute. It's not just that I'm lazy and I want to stay home and play video games. The whole... I'm trying to save money for a down payment on a house, and having to pay for a fifth of a tank of a gas... Basically, I did the math. It's $15 a day. It's $15 a day to just to work on site and sit around and twiddle my thumbs after about 8 a.m. anyway, because all of my work is front-loaded. My shift starts at 5 a.m. and I finish everything that I need to do, usually within the first 3 or 4 hours. Like, I've got a couple of file transfers that are still waiting to be finished, but once those are done, I'm basically reactive for the rest of the day. standing around, hanging out, waiting for any tasks to come in. And if they don't, then, well, I always say this, never ask for more work, because they'll find it, but for some reason they won't find more pay. So some of these, oh, the broccoli is about to bloom. So that's good. The broccoli. It doesn't all need to be blooming. A couple in, I've got seeds out the wazoo. We already have a bunch of seed packets anyway. I only really care about a crop with blooming if I don't have too many more seeds of it. And I've got plenty of it. See, I seriously doubt that our character here will still be around by planting season 2 years from now. The way I play Project Zomboid, I usually assume that my characters are going to live forever, so I plan for that. But realistically speaking, saves get broken by updates, and that's normal, that's expected. I just like to plan for eventualities, form good habits that would serve me well in a indefinite situation. And in this case, all that really means is making sure that I have seeds to plant crops every other year. That's kind of how I would do it. If my characters did last forever and there was no risk of saves being broken, agriculture like what we're doing here would be a every other year activity. Because I learned the first time that after I reached the 2-year milestone for the first time, I was like, yeah, that I still got a lot of crops left over from the first harvest, so. That only leaves me with the question of, do I get more actual produce for waiting until it's blooming? I suppose we could use the broccoli to test that. So I'm going to harvest this broccoli right here that's blooming. We got 18 broccoli and 9 seeds. I'll put that in my backpack. Then we're going to harvest the broccoli that's not blooming. We got 17 broccoli. Now that's within the margin of error. I know that basically the way it works is I think you get a certain number of crops and then there's a bonus based on your agriculture skill. Our agriculture skill is 10. We got that a while ago. So that's within the margin of error. There's no difference in the actual produce output. It's just whether you get seeds. So I think that means I am going to go ahead and harvest the broccoli. Tomatoes, on the other hand, they probably do have a blooming phase, but there's also, with tomatoes, we can pull seeds not just from a tomato itself, but even rotten tomatoes. Like if we were to go down to Gigamart, if we were desperate for tomato seeds, tomatoes are one of the crops where you can literally take a rotten one and peel the seeds out of it. You can see the full list of that if you go to the crafting menu and go to collect seeds, and then just see what the possible items are. So it's bell peppers, cucumbers, habanero, jalapeno, pumpkins, strawberries, tomatoes, watermelon, zucchini. So far from all crops, definitely not all of them, but that's quite a few that you can just like go to like a produce stand where everything has been rotten forever. Realistically, it would be dust because we're a year from now, but it would just be moldy dust by now, but it's whatever. For some reason, the devs didn't seem to want to implement rotten food decaying to the point of just disappearing. I don't know why. Because that is one of those things that, just like gasoline spoilage, it's realistic. And it's kind of expected. It does not necessarily make sense to still find a watermelon that's only rotted so much that I can at least still get plantable seeds out of it after like 2 or 3 years. But I don't know. I'm no agriculturalist, horticulturist, whatever they call them. I don't know that much about the advanced mechanics behind how long seeds can last before they are still capable of germinating or before they become dust, just like the rest of the plant. So I have to step away briefly IRL. I will be gone for just a moment, and then I will probably resume harvesting the broccoli. I mean, look at that. Most of it's blooming now anyway, so broccoli and spinach, we'll get both of that. And then I'll reassess the tomatoes. I think the tomatoes are still about a week. Maybe less than a week. We'll see. Anyway, be right back, folks. Oh, and I am back. And yes, unfortunately, gas spoilage is coming. Um, there's been an ongoing debate about that, but the devs, or rather, one of the new game director, did an interview with Mr. Atomic Duck, and yeah, he specifically mentioned gas spoilage as something that's coming. My biggest complaint with that is that it's probably going to come before alternative means of transportation do. And that's going to be, well, we're going to have to see how that gets implemented when it does. I'm not particularly excited for how it's going to feel when that happens. I'm pretty sure it'll be, regardless of whether there are alternative means of transportation, it will probably be the single most turned off of sandbox settings of all time. Because, I mean, people, even the people who aren't yet at the stage where they have to worry about gasoline spoilage very much, they're probably going to hear about that and be like, hell no. Because, I mean, you know, all you have to do is try once to walk from town to town and see how long it takes, and then you're going to be like, why would I ever want to do that? So there's an option with this broccoli. We can keep some of it frozen. But on the floor right here, we have this lovely little bag full of jarring supplies. We're definitely going to jar a fair bit of the broccoli. Problem is, of course, jarring stuff does not actually preserve it for any stupidly long amount of time. What it really does is multiply the shelf life by something like 4. So for something like cabbage, which already has a absolutely horrifically low shelf life, cabbage is something of the first stuff to spoil. It doesn't actually do that much. Let me check and see if I actually have spinach seeds. Oh yeah, I've got a billion spinach seeds. I do not need to worry about waiting for this to bloom. Okay, so almost ready for harvest tomato is down to days as opposed to weeks. So that means, oh, thank you, Rezon. We are, I do like it. This is definitely not my best base, not by a long shot, but it is functional, and I think we've done some good things here. It's very incomplete because respawns are off and we wiped out Phallus Lake with extreme prejudice. We actually don't have to worry about incoming. But let's just say that a zombie were to wander up. Almost the entire exterior of the base is surrounded by walls that I have built. So if a zombie were to wander up and they would actually know we were here, the first thing they would do is start slapping on something out here. It would be a small miracle if they were able to path through everything and actually get into the base without first getting stuck slapping something. So, as much as I like to complain about the zombies slapping everything the players built, it's kind of keeping us safe well enough. But yeah, I mean, I never even finished the outer walls because why would I? I patrol the area regularly enough and there's not a single zombie left here, so. Compare that to my previous base design where I would build all the way out into the Ohio River just to avoid respawns. I was definitely tired of that. Oh, looks like we did have most of the drying racks in here full of stuff. So we've got jalapenos, habaneros, and some herbs to pull off the drying racks and put somewhere. Probably all the jalapenos and habaneros will come with me because there's not quite as many compared to the other herbs. So when it comes to jarring, we've got supplies for quite a few jars. In fact, we could probably see how many if I just pick up this backpack full of jarring supplies, and then just walk over to the fridge and see what the crafting menu has to say. We need water. That is what we don't have. What I'm going to do for water is literally just take some of these buckets out here. And we're going to stick entire buckets of water into the oven, and that will boil them, make them fresh water. So we don't even have to waste the time of filling a bucket with fresh water, because all we got to do is stick one in here. This is quite literally faster than hitting right-click fill bucket, because buckets are 10 liters. That takes a while. Realistically speaking, I don't think it's faster to boil an entire It's neither faster nor efficient. But in this game's universe, where it takes like 20 minutes to fill up an entire 10-liter bucket of water, this is faster. This is faster by a long shot. I've always said that in the realism discussion of this game, some of this game's biggest enemies are time-based. Because we can talk about calorie consumption until the cows come home, but all those calories being consumed and burned on a 1 to 19 time scale, I think that's what it is right now. Yeah, or something like that. 1 to 16 maybe? Yeah, 1 to 16, because now it is 90-minute days. So there's 2 buckets of fresh water. I forget exactly how many that's going to get us, but it's going to get us a lot more than we otherwise would have. Oh, maybe I should actually... Where'd it go? There you are. Backpack in my hand. So we could make 10 straight up, right there. I suppose it's not going to show us if we can make more because it's only going to show us what each container is capable of doing. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, at this rate, we've got... It's 5 broccoli. That's the most important thing. 5 broccoli, and we've got 183. Yeah, we'll have no problem making jars of broccoli. Now, something I want to know is, from a encumbrance perspective, if I were to jar them up, does this make them easier to transport? 5 broccoli would, at 0.2 encumbrance each, weighs 1.0 encumbrance. So let's see what a full jar of preserved broccoli weighs. .8. Okay, that's worth it. That's worth it. We're doing that. This is basically just a... Yeah. Sorry. Straight into the freezer with that then. So basically 0.8 encumbrance. Basically jarring, instead of just preservation, now to me it represents a compression factor. And that's important to me. That's actually very important to me. And that almost makes it worth it. Oh, we weren't even limited by the water that time. We were limited by the we were limited by the vinegar. As we will be again. I'm only going to do 20 jars of broccoli. That already might be a bit much. Oh, the salt that time, okay. Yeah, maybe I'll stick with 15. See, I gotta, the way I figure it is, I should diversify what I am trying to preserve here. We'll have tomatoes next. Tomatoes are the next thing that we can preserve through jarring. If each of these vinegar jars represents 5 jars of produce, I think. No. No, I think each jar of vinegar, or each container of vinegar... What's going on with that? Why is it only giving me the maximum... Oh, it's the salt again. No. What is stopping me? I'm not awake enough yet. It's the... Is it? It's the bucket. Okay, now it just lets me make straight up 15 of them. Okay. Well, that's exactly what I have jars for. That's not a limitation of other materials. I have 15 jars. So let me just make a couple more jars for the sake of it. I am a glass maker. I can make as many jars as I see fit. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and make a salad out of the broccoli and spinach that we got here. Alright, glass making. We start by melting the glass. We've got a bunch of broken glass we've collected over a span of however long. Basically, every time we come across broken glass, it finds its way back here. Charcoal in the truck, all relevant tools nearby. Truck here is a little light on charcoal, but that's fine. Melt glass. And we can do it 3 times. Oops. Yeah, that was fine. Alright, now that we've got molten glass in a ceramic crucible, we just have to open the crafting menu and blow it into something here. Start with, let's just crank out all the glass we've got into jars. That is the most useful thing I can do with it. $300 experience per jar. I don't know if we'll ever be able to do this, but I hope we can someday make windows, vehicle windows with glass. Still only 15. Okay. That means I'm being limited by something else. Do I have enough salt? I probably have enough salt, but let's just take another one out just in case. Now I can make 19. And I think that's probably going to be the vinegar. Because that adds up. Now that adds up. I was pretty sure that the ratio of vinegar was 5 jars per bottle that's full, assuming the bottles are full. And we've got 2 bottles here that are not full. So let me drop those. I should now be able to make 15 if my calculations are correct. Okay, my calculations are correct. So between these two not full bottles of vinegar, we've got like so we've got 1 full. I didn't realize you could pour into. That's cool. There is one use maybe in this one. Yeah, just 1 use in that one. The way I kind of want to do this is just use up all the vinegar I have here on the crops that I've planted now, because there is more vinegar on the map, lots more. There's gigamarts here and there that I have not looted yet. So if we want more vinegar to jar more stuff in the future, we know where to find it. The game does not yet give us a way to make our own vinegar. So that is a thing you have to go out and loot if you want to actually make more jars of produce. So, alright, about these tomatoes then. Less than a week. Meanwhile, everything up here is probably still weeks. Yes, it is. Okay. So... let's assume that when the tomatoes reach the next phase, which is less than a week, that we will have at least a week after that before they go bad. That may be a bit of a bold assumption, but that's what I'm going to operate under now. So I'm going to set my new projected RTB at 8/16/1994. So the previous one was yesterday on 8/8. We came back and we got a status on everything, and now our next one is 8/16 because that is a little over a week from now. Actually, that's exactly a week from now. Let me bump that up just a little bit. Let's bump this up to 8/20. And when we come back on 8/20, we'll be able to see... this stuff should all be ready when we come back. Like, no questions about it. That should absolutely be ready. In fact, it might be slightly at risk of rotting. I do not know if things have a full week after they bloom. I feel like they do, but I have no idea. And I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't actually care that much, but that's kind of the gamble that I'm wagering on now. Meanwhile, everything else here, I have no idea. It's less than a month. That's all I know. So we'll be back in less than a month to check it. That's all we can do. That's agriculture for you. Also, I officially no longer care about watering crops. If they die, they die. I'm pretty sure we will have sporadic enough rain to keep them alive. If he dies, he dies. So now I'm thinking about these, the stuff we had on the drying rack. The jalapenos, habaneros will go directly into my backpack. These jalapenos and habaneros are one-time use, so we'll go through them an order of magnitude faster than the spices. So bringing 80 or 100 of them with me is less of an overload. Because if we actually start using them, they'll disappear. Actually, habaneros... no, never mind. When they're fresh, I think habaneros might be multi-use when they're fresh. But it looks like when they're dried, they are one-time use. We do still have some fresh in the freezers. But, we pull things out of freezers only when there's no fresh to be used. And right now there is a lot of fresh to be used everywhere, so... Alright, so 80 of each of those. Now everything else here is going to be spices that we probably already have billions of at our destination. Well, we already have billions of chamomile's coming with me. Chamomile needs to go in all of my coffee. Chamomile is a stress relief agent. I'm going to store my peppers in a ammo box, because the peppers will give me more firepower. Forgot that I left this running. I shouldn't have done that. Oops. Alright, USL or Mr. Hans. I forget which had the better engine quality. 61 on USL. I feel like Hans was 70. 71. Probably the best step van on the lot. It's coming with us. A shipment of generator is that's an easy win. We'll perhaps do some guns, maybe. There's no particular guns that are jumping out at me as any that I need right now. What? Okay. Now this is interesting. Oh, that's not a bush. That's not a bush. When I placed this generator here, I don't remember that being there. If that had been a bush, that would be very interesting because that would have meant a bush grew over my generator, which would mean bushes are still growing. But no, 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 that was not a bush. Regular grass is allowed to grow like that. Animals consume so little water. It's kind of wild. Versions 41 and 42. That's a bit of a tall order, my friend. The mod structure is extremely different between them. Most mods in active development are focused on one or the other. I don't even know if Common Sense is still in active development. That would have been one of the first ones that I recommend is Common Sense, but I remember that one going on hiatus for a while. I think the developer was burned out by the updates to B42. B42 gets updates that break mods all the time, so mod developers don't always want to keep up with the grind of having to constantly update their mods, which is a perfectly reasonable thing. It's like building your castle on quicksand and then just rebuilding it every time it collapses. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's if you want mods that don't break, 41 is going to be a lot friendlier to that because 41 is not getting updates all the time. I think they only pushed an update to it recently because there was a security thing. I don't know if the security update broke any mods, so that might be a more stable. I mean, there's a reason that it's called stable versus 42, which is unstable. Axes. I need more axes. We're going to take 4 of my axes that are on the floor here. And then 1 of the axes that are on the floor will go into the field kit of this step van. Actually, we got an axe head right here. Let's just slap a handle on this axe head, and that will be the axe we use. I'm going to do a load of laundry while we're here, because the water is free, and we've got lots of it, and it's full anyway. We will have a functional laundry infrastructure at our new base, Jericho, in the not-too-distant future. We've already got water collecting for it. We just haven't actually put in the washer and dryer yet. In the meantime, we've got pajamas here that we can wear. picking up some leather and bringing it with me. Maybe even some flax, too. Just things that I have billions of here at Phallus Lake, but do not have any of at our destination, Jericho and Louisville. So what I'm doing is filling both of these duffel bags with tailoring materials, particularly flax of the two forms that you get when you finish processing it, flax tow and heckled flax. Those two things you can turn around to a spinning wheel and turn it into thread, or you can go to a loom, which we do not have deployed here, but when you go to a loom, well, a loom just takes thread and turns that into cloth. So you make lots and lots and lots of thread with your flax over here, and then you can turn around and turn that thread into cloth. But you can also turn flax into twine, as opposed to dog mane. So basically, by taking these two duffel bags full of different forms of flax, we are getting ourselves literal billions of twine and thread. More than we'll ever need. And that's a perfect fit, actually, for the trunk. Yeah, I couldn't fit more unless I... Yeah, there's only like 4 encumbrance that I could put in there now. An MSR-7T is what I'm using right now for long-range shooting. I feel like I need to bring my entire collection to Louisville. Okay, maybe all but one. I will leave one MSR-7T. That'll be the display on the top there. I'm going to take everything but one, because I don't expect to be, you know, like done with Louisville and then come back here. I don't expect that, but it's possible. Always like to plan for indefinite eventualities, but assume that it's going to be definite at some point. So, out of the wash, into the dry. There's not any more military gear that I could care about, is there? There was this foreign camo that we could turn into, there's that military jacket, the officer jacket here. If anybody is not familiar, my current armor loadout is highly dependent on having holes in the chest and the neck of anything that I wear on certain layers. Because, for example, one of the things that's part of my active kit that's in the wash here is a hoodie with holes in the upper and lower chest. And the hoodie is on its own layer, like sweaters. Sweaters and hoodies just have their own layer that's separate from everything else that you want to wear. So if you are a level 10 tailor, you put leather strips on things to give you 10% more protection to a limb. You would like to be able to make room to wear a hoodie whenever you can, but if you wear a fully intact hoodie during the summer, of course you're going to start sweating. And when you start sweating, you get tired faster, your body dumps water everywhere, and you need to drink more often because you're sweating. So what you want to do is not get overheated. So you keep your insulation light by not covering the chest, the neck, and the head where all the body heat vents. So we actually are looking for things that have holes in the chest, neck, and head, or the head, not the head, but the chest and the neck, really. So this waistcoat has holes in all 3 slots, and yet I can still wear it. That's interesting. I don't know how that works. Waistcoat is another one of those things that's kind of on its own layer. But the insulation, you can't really avoid it because the only slots that it protects are the chest. Now there is a debug mode command that you can use to rip holes in clothing in specific slots. I have not engaged with that yet. I have not ruled out doing so because it is rather absurd that I am a level 10 tailor and I can do anything I want with any piece of clothing, but for some reason I can't rip holes in it. No. Only bushes or zombies can rip holes in clothing for me right now. And I've got some viewers who suggested walking through bushes intentionally so that I can also get injuries and heal, level up my first aid. I'm gonna not do that because that sounds really, really, really silly. But it's, I guess you could say it's a valid tactic if you actually want to level first aid. We were able to level first aid because we watched a one of the new VHS tapes. The devs added some VHS tapes that will we found this boiler suit, this yellow boiler suit. We found it in a garbage can somewhere. We did not take this from Jackie J. Jackie J is the only zombie out there that wears one of these that I know of. If anybody's not familiar with Jackie J, I always like spreading the deep lore about Jackie. If you go to the PZ Wiki here. That is what Jackie J looks like, so we can't exactly LARP as her. We don't have the hair for it. Even if I dyed my hair the correct color, we've got, whatchamacallit, frizzy hair. Curly hair. I found that interesting because, of course, I never got to define what my character's hair texture was. When we created Dani here, her hair was tied back in a ponytail at character creation, so we didn't get a chance to actually select a hair variation with either of those textures. So the game just decided for us when we finally took our hair out of the ponytail after God knows how long into our run. That was kind of funny when that happened. Get to discover things about my character long after the character creation. I would like to organize this leather that's in my backpack, but with the vehicle being full, maybe I'll store these axes somewhere else. Hey Lewis, how's it going? 92,208. So that is 202 and then 207. Yeah, we're not going to get too much more out of that. Okay. Could do it like that. That would be a little bit uneven, though. I actually like this jumper suit. I might take it with me, even though the laundry just finished. I'm definitely taking this jumper suit with me. Now this is interesting. We're still wearing the. Oh, never. Oh, I thought that was the jacket. We're not wearing the. Okay, never mind. I thought we were still wearing a jacket, even though it wasn't showing. Yeah, I'm taking the coveralls. Those are not going to stay here on the shelf. It feels appropriate now that I've laid Jackie to rest. It didn't feel right when she was still out there. If anybody wasn't here, we did build a... we found Jackie, we put her to rest, and then we buried her, and we're going to eventually make a mausoleum out of the LBMW radio truck where she died. So now that we've cooked those eggs, we can actually make a 3-ingredient salad here with egg and broccoli and spinach. And that is probably a fantastic salad right there. I'll make another one of those after we catch sleep here. Alrighty. I should store this vinegar just a little further away from the kitchen. Deliciously well balanced, honestly. Just 3 ingredients, and then we've got some herb, locally sourced herb. I'm just gonna make a few of those. So for a little while at our new base, Jericho, we did not have a club hammer. And I think we found one, but honestly, I'm going to take another one so that doesn't happen, or that's less likely to happen again. There may be other tools that I'm missing, but we should be pretty flush with tools. And if we aren't, I know of a Mass Gen Fatco that is just right down the road that we are, that we should not have too much trouble taking if the situation calls for it, which it might. Aramid thread is one of those things that we've got a lot of here, but probably not anywhere else. So I'm going to take like all of the incomplete spools, consolidate them, and then maybe take one or two more, and then we'll have like half of our aramid thread with us. Aramid thread, aramid is the generic brand version of Kevlar. You get it from bulletproof vests and whatnot. You can also make sinew thread as an alternative for tailoring purposes. Anything that you use aramid thread for, you can also use sinew thread. So aramid thread is not necessarily a requirement, just a... Well, I find it easier to get because sinew thread, you get sinew from a lot of animals, but it takes a while to pound out into thread, and you only get a little bit each time you pound it out. So it's currently August 10th. Agriculture. I don't think there's too many that you can plant in August. Garlic is something that I might be interested in because I think you... Oh, okay, so regular garlic cannot be dried. Wild garlic can be dried. Wild garlic is pretty wild, as its name suggests. You plant it in August. Its time of grow is 240 days. So if we actually manage to harvest this garlic that I'm going to plant, we're going to plant this at Jericho. If we actually manage to harvest it, that will be kind of wild, because that will mean that we will last 240 days from now. That won't be my longest character ever. My longest character ever will have lasted about a year from now. Oh, I had been meaning to show this. I didn't really think about it until now. When I got home yesterday, I made a thing. This is just a little compilation here of what Jericho looks like, and I took the exact position of the base and just phased it between Annie on the left as of 42.12, December 8th, 2025. That's what Jericho looked like for her. And then Nora in the center here. This is what Jericho looked like for her on 42.15.3 as of March 2026, so earlier this year. And then right there is one of the latest screenshots from our current character, Dani, on the right here. This was just last stream on Tuesday. So some things stay the same, other things change. It not shown in Annie and Nora is the fact that we were using the little area here, the storeroom with the blue or with the green floor. We were using that for both of those characters as a garage. We used it as an animal pen for Nora. I don't think I would do that for this character because the animal noises are now hearable from everywhere. I mean, honestly, with a cow, that's gonna be the same no matter what. Cows, if they moo and they're within 70 tiles, we're going to hear them through multiple walls because that's the game we're playing right now. That's what they decided to do with 42.18. So there's nothing I can do about that. It really doesn't matter where I leave the animals, but I am eager to see if the improvement that I made here on Dani, where we have a proper left to right forge setup, as opposed to a right to left. It's diagonal in the other direction. Let me put it that way. It's diagonal in the other direction. Both of I see back on Annie, I never even really truly appreciated the goodness of having a forge vehicle that was a open bed truck. We were using an ambulance at the time. Here on Nora, we discovered that trucks are better because you can access the inventory of the truck from many different tiles as opposed to just the tiles behind the vehicle. And here on our latest character, Dani, we have expanded that a little further. And I think this is going to be even better because now we can just go out and get charcoal and then just drive straight into the base from that side. But we'll have to see how that works in practice. Our first shipment of charcoal was great. And we've already used the forge a little bit. We've already used it a little bit, so that's a great thing. But yeah, I'll post this at some point to Immigrant. Just haven't gotten it exported yet. I had been meaning to do like a video compilation where I would go through and like explore it on foot maybe. That would be a little difficult because I can no longer load Annie's saves. I may look into a less than legitimate means of acquiring a, well, less than legitimate. There's probably a Steam Depot thing you can do where you can access older versions of the game. I would need to get a 42.12 version to load Annie's saves. And I do actually want to do that, not necessarily because I want to continue the save, you know, Annie's, that journey is concluded, but I would love to be able to go back and just look at my bases. That is something I would very much like to do. So we got fog today, and it's thick fog. That means we're not going to be driving very fast. That's okay, I'll deal with it. There are things I would like to get accomplished, and I'm not going to let the fog stop me. It is just going to be a factor of consideration here. So at our destination, Jericho base, we have a step van that can be fixed up, but needs some parts. And I have an entire fortune of parts here. So I was thinking about taking some of those with me. Still have about 15 room in the trunk here. I'm gonna milk the cows. Well, if I'm gonna go to Riverside and actually pick up a cow, then I don't have to milk the cows because I won't need to worry too much about the milk. We'll have a resupplyable source of it. That's the important thing. I should have actually frozen these already. That is going to get tiresome really fast. Let's get a garbage bag for the broccoli. $97 broccoli in this garbage bag. And as fate would have it, the jars of broccoli have a slightly different weight. So that's actually an entire freezer right there. So that means that whatever's in the freezer here will go straight into my backpack. Now that's going to take some time to freeze. So what I think I'm going to do is go and I guess I'll drive somewhat on the slower side and go pick up some stuff from Riverside, because that's where we have some more animals. And then I'll come back here on our way back from Riverside. There is a road from Riverside to West Point that's probably a little faster than coming back here, but it's not that much faster, right? If you look at Riverside up here, we've got this direct route to West Point that is, it's not cleared. I have not cleared this road, Rock Ridge and Riverwalk, and it's a gravel road, so it's not a very efficient road. So we would probably be taking 163 no matter what. So yeah, it's not that far out of the way. Also 3 red jennies. Okay, so there's red jennies up here too, red generators. In addition to the cows that are over here at the ranch base at the R. So we have plenty of assets up at Riverside that I could pick up, and I think that's what we're doing. Seed packet for garlic. What about wild garlic? Because wild garlic is what I can actually... Okay, so we have 2 wild garlic. I'm taking those. I have no idea if they'll actually grow, but I'll plant them anyway. All of the other crops that you could plant in the fall, I think we're done with possibly forever. I planted them, you know, I always plant. On every one of my characters, I'll plant things that seem relevant at least once, but we have used up hardly any of the wheat, rye, or barley that we planted last fall. And that's because the amount of uses for them are rather limited. The barley and rye would probably be pretty good if we had alcohol production, but we don't. Hey, 7108, how's it going? It is our last chance to grow kale, but this is a poor month. So even if we were to compost the hell out of it, we could probably grow it, but that would just end up with a lot of it being cursed. So I'm not particularly... I mean, kale is great. I do like kale, but we missed our good month for it. And that's okay. Okay, so yeah, we're basically almost done with agriculture here. I'm just taking a couple seed packets with me for Jericho base, because we're going to be spending a lot of time there. And if there are anything that I want to plant at Jericho after this winter into the next spring, at that point we'll revisit it then. We'll have plenty of opportunities to stop by Fallis Lake here if we want to actually do that. This lemongrass is blooming. I'm going to harvest it, but I'm not going to... That's it. I'm just going to harvest it for the seeds, because we didn't have any lemongrass seeds, I think. These 5 was our only packet somehow. I'm just going to stick the seeds we got into the feed shelf. I don't expect that too much of this lemongrass is necessary. Yeah, we have a little bit of room left, so I'll put that in there. Wasn't the only wooden mallet that I had, was it? If there's one place that I know I'm going to need more respirator filters, it's Louisville. So we should definitely make sure we're bringing those with us. Wood glue is a means of recharging filters, so those two. Fire saved your guy, is that right? Fire is it's a tool. Use it well. Use it carefully. It's a dangerous tool. It could do the opposite of save you. Yeah, this might actually be one of the only wooden mallets that I have. Which is kind of wild. Wooden mallets are not as common as you would think. I don't know if there's anything that is like hyper specific to wooden mallets. I do know that it's a... Check the crafting menu here. For napping purposes, a wooden mallet is like one of the only alternatives. But most of the time, if you can do it with a wooden mallet, you can also do it with a stone hammer in that context. So I think a wooden mallet is just basically a kind of like a napping tool, but more durable. So I'll hold on to it. I mean, there's no reason not to. While we're here, there's also some books that I might grab. Yeah. There's a possibility that we'll be leveling pottery at our destination. I think we even have a spare of pottery 3. No, that's 2. Here's 3. Yeah, I'll take a copy of pottery 3. There is a... because we picked up a lot of clay. If there's any other books beyond pottery 3, then we'll just come back for them. Since I only have this one wooden mallet, I'm probably going to actually keep it in my expedition ambulance, most likely. So we'll have to it'll have to make its way there. Now that the fog is lifted, we can commute a little faster. Oh, my save is fire, thank you. Yes, whatchamacallit, yeah, it, fire in this game, you'll burst into flame for no reason sometimes. Thankfully, that has been patched. Still don't know if I'm going to commit to ever using the 1911 auto, but, well, we'll hold on to the magazines for it anyway, just in case. I've also just been kind of passing time a little bit to see if I can manage to get this stuff to finish freezing. It's almost there. Yeah, I'm just going to hang out at base here, just parse around a little bit further. Because if this stuff freezes, then I feel like we're good to go to shut down the generator and then just proceed directly to Jericho base after we finish here. After we go to Riverside and acquire some animals. I don't suspect that we're ever going to run into a situation where I need it. No, never mind. I'm not even going to finish that sentence because an SCBA is not possible to wear properly if you have somebody who needs to wear glasses, like this character. This character needs to wear glasses, and therefore, she cannot make good use of something like that. Okay, that leaves me plenty of room for hand carrying stuff. Otherwise, all the containers in the vehicle are full. Hey, Zacto, how's it going? Hey, that's glad you can stick around. I always say this, but of course, school comes first. And I'm not even being ironic. Get your money's worth. Stream ain't going nowhere. We'll be here. I think we're ready to peace out now. Oh, come on now. It's just inches away from being frozen. Inches away. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna fast forward for a second. I'm gonna put the coffee from this backpack into my main backpack. We'll take that extra F with us here, and then we're going to use one of my frame packs to empty out the freezer there. And then I'm going to take the freezer with me. I'm going to take the freezer, well, not that freezer specifically. We're going to take one of the freezers, one of the other freezers with me. This one up here. Went flawlessly. Excellent. That is a good thing. That is a very good thing. Alright, and now things are frozen. It probably won't stay that way forever, but that's okay. Bought it some more shelf life while it's off the hook here. So we are going to... I'm going to put a little bit of gas in, but the rest of the gas will fill up when we get to Riverside. Actually, too late. I've shut the generator off. So we're just going to book it to Riverside with a animal trailer. At Riverside, we have a... field base with a generator waiting for us. And we will get some gas in the tank, and we will we'll pick up a cow. That's the next thing we're doing, is we're picking up a cow from Riverside, taking it with us back to Louisville. And it looks like the music has officially died, so we have a fix for that. We just play the game's music ourselves. Whoa, that was a very tight turn. Alrighty then. Now our acceleration feels really weak, but our top speed is going to be alright. I know a step van can, especially a step van like this with a good engine quality and really good performance tires on everything, we should have no problem towing this up to top speed. Just going to have to make sure that we slow down before we hit any curves because freight train effect. We are pulling a lot of mass even without there being an animal in the trailer. That was not enough. I did not slow enough. That was very dangerous. That was centimeters away from a collision. Right. Yep, that's true. 42, as far as I know, I think freezing is actually like, as long as it stays frozen, it's almost indefinite. I have never had something, barring one example on Annie where something went really wrong and everything went rotten for some reason. I'd never explain that. But other than one freak accident, I have never had anything in a freezer go stale or rotten, if it wasn't already that way. So I definitely respect the freezer game right now. In fact, we've got it down to a science. We split our freezers across different generators now so that we can leave the generators running for much longer after we leave the base. I mean, even when we're at the base, we can go longer between having to worry about refill them. If you put everything on one generator, then you have to fix and refuel it a lot more often, which is not a problem if you're always at base, but the moment you try to step away from base, that's when you start feeling like you have to go back to base very often just to refill the generators. So splitting things up into different generators can get ahead of that for you. Flashback to Nora carrying the cow. Yeah, that was definitely a thing at the time. We wouldn't be able to get anything out of that now. Just for reference, we are we're almost to the 400-day mark, so we're over a year, well over a year, and we still have not had any cows give birth. Some of the cows that we have been pregnant from the start of the game. So I don't know if that's realistic, but that feels like their pregnancy is taking longer than real life. I don't know if there's any mammals out there that have a multi-year gestation. I have no idea, but I mean, like I said, we're way past the 1-year anniversary, and the cows that we found that we're currently rocking were located not long after the beginning of the game. Like we're talking first month, and most of them were already producing milk, which means they were already pregnant. But yeah, I got nothing on that. So our produce is actually still frozen. It is going to thaw for just a little while. Yeah, because it's about to finish. It's about to thaw now, and we're going to pick up a cow. But then we are going to be in Riverside. We're going to stop by Riverside to fill up the gas tank. And while we're filling up the gas tank, we'll also let things refreeze. All right, so we've got sheep here, but we should also have at least one cow. Yep, we got 2 Holstein cows here. You may notice there's a couple of pieces of fence missing and a piece of glass right there. I still have no idea what happened to cause this, but in the first couple of parts of this character's journey, we left a vehicle connected to a trailer right around here. And something very strange happened after we did that. Oh, this is, I don't have a rope.
Hey.
I think these animals here will trust me. Which means if I shout, they'll come.
Hey.
Oh, they don't. That's not good. I guess I'm taking the Seminole. Am I? She's going real far, but she's outside of the zone now. I should have considered this. The animals only trust you if you spend time around them, and we did not spend enough time here. Now, one of the things that I don't like about this game right now when it comes to just things you can do, we can use sheet rope as a rope replacement for many things, but not pulling animals around. So I'm gonna roll the dice really quick. I'm gonna try my luck at something. I'm just going to forage real quick and see if I can't come across some Dog's Bane. If I get really lucky and find Dog's Bane. Hey, look at that! Dog's Bane. That was luck. That was sheer luck. Dog's Bane we can turn Dog's Bane into rope, so I can pull the animals around now. Don't expect that to happen every time. That is not going to happen. I need a axe. So I probably don't need an axe, but I'm taking one. So in order to twist Dog Bane into a rope, you need a wooden rod, which is why I did that. So we need a crafting surface. Carve that tree branch into a wooden rod. Twist rope from Dog Bane. Very, very lucky thing right there. You know what? I'm going to do that again, and I'm going to leave a rope here. Yeah, I'm going to assume that I might make this mistake again. And just leave a rope lying somewhere nice and conspicuous right in front of the zone here. Alright, so where did that... Now this is... Okay. The latest update has changed animals so that they no longer are visible if you don't have line of sight of them. That makes the erosion mechanic here very painful to deal with, because now I don't get to easily see where the animals are. But that's alright, I think I know where they are. We just want to make sure that anybody who we don't take with us stays in the zone, because otherwise they will be out of the zone, and they may die if they're out of the zone, because they'll forget where the food and water is. They are not known for being smart, they are but animals. Now, here's an interesting exception. I still see this Bessie over here, even though she's out of line of sight. But this one I didn't. Why? That's very odd. I don't understand that. Now, all three of these cows have been in here with a bull, so if the bull is even slightly effective at his job, all three of them should be knocked up. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. She's not pregnant, but she's ready for milking. What's up, Kitio? How's it going? We've got some milk mysteries here. Mystery milk coming out of one of the cows. This Holstein here is not pregnant either. So the best cows for milking are Holstein. I would really prefer to bring a Holstein with me. And yet, neither of the Holsteins here are pregnant. Oh, there's a zombie. Okay, that's not good. I should have wiped out any potential zombies here a long time ago. We already have one female bull. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, we've got another female. I don't know of any male bulls that we had left. These are all female now. Whatever. Okay, well, as much as I would prefer to have a Holstein, I need a cow that's actually pregnant, so we're going to take the Seminole. I mean, I know that these these Holsteins are producing milk, and I don't know why they're producing milk, because they're not pregnant, but I'm going to take that as a glitch. I'm just going to assume that's a glitch, because what if I log in 2 sessions from now and suddenly they stop producing milk because they're not pregnant? That's kind of what I expect to see. So I'm not gonna roll the dice on that. I'm just gonna take a Seminole, who does not produce quite as much milk. But I mean, the one at our base in Phallus Lake is competitive with the Holstein that we have there. There will be no bull milk here. We will never milk the bull, even if it starts producing milk. That there are some trashy romance novels you can read if you're interested in that. This is Project Zomboid. This is not a trashy romance novel. Not yet. Maybe someday when we have NPCs we can write some trashy romance novels, but we don't have them yet. So that took a lot longer than I wanted it to, and because of that we have lost some shelf life on our perishables, which is whatever. I will do the same with sheep. I will take this one pregnant sheep with me, and I will assume that it will someday give birth. Not sure how that one got agitated, but we'll give it a pet. I don't think we have room for any more than one sheep, but we'll judge that based on how much room we've got after we put this one in there. Okay, yeah, so that one weighed 95, and that one was an adolescent, I think. Yeah, that one's an adolescent, and it weighs 95. There's not going to be anything that is less than an adolescent out there, so we have no more room for mammals. Which place is that, KTO? Are you talking about this ranch here? I'm not the biggest fan of this ranch after the growth. The wilderness overgrowth kills this place. Anytime I base in Riverside, I would always push my timelines up on building a base as soon as I could get away from this place. So we are going to hang out in Riverside at the gas station base until our produce is frozen again, and then we will go back to Jericho base at that point. So our base in Riverside for this character is quite a modest place. Not too much of substance, but that's okay. Gets the job done. Does not currently have a freezer, so we deploy the one we brought with us. So there's just a little bit of stuff that would not fit in the white freezer here, and that's okay. That's just how we're going to be able to tell when the stuff is done refreezing. So in the meantime, we've got a big gas tank on the step van here. We're going to refill the whole thing. I would have refilled it at Phallus Lake, but that one pump in the corner at Phallus Lake that I like to use is probably getting a little low. I've used it just that much. And it's a very convenient pump, so I'm going to not use it for like full tank refills anymore. We'll do full tank refills elsewhere. The generator should be reaching at least one pump right now. YouTube is censoring you. That's mean. Hang on a second. I didn't forget to set it to live chat. Oh, you know what? I'm curious. I'm a wrench you real quick. I'm curious. Post that again. I want to see if even when you're when you're wrenched, if that would actually break it. Wait a minute. Neither of these pumps have. No. The red one has power. I'm being an idiot and I'm trusting the gas port. You see how the gas port on this thing is visually on that side? This is a lie. This is a lie. The gas port is a lie. We actually need to go to the other side for this van. So we are now full of gasoline. I promise I didn't plan this, but we actually... Still censored. Wow, that's ridiculous. Let's see if it does it to me. It even does it to me. Ha! That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I posted it in chat too. Look at this. Look at this. I posted it in chat. I can see the message, but of course the public chat, which is not the public chat that's on screen here, is from a account that's not logged in. That's freaking wild. I guess talking about shooting guys when we're in a video game chat, you know, a chat for a video game, we're not allowed to talk about shooting guys, even though, I mean, like, what would you say if you're playing Siege or something like that? You know, there's video games where people shoot each other. YouTube, you know, it happens. It's kind of how video games work sometimes. Yeah, see, it's yeah, they don't care about it in an arbitrary sense, but I guess kill some guys is a word you're not allowed to say. Oh no. Oh, you know what? We don't have any food for the aminals in our whatchamacallit trailer there, so. How about some parking lot grass for our animals? So I don't intend on doing like a full cleanup of the place, but I mean, I'm just waiting for my stuff that's in the freezer to refreeze for transit. So I feel like cleaning up my little corner of the world in the meantime. I love Rossman for recommending that people do that. I will always echo his advice. Clean up your corner of the world wherever you can. I put this place together and then I never really equipped it with too much. But it's got some essentials. Can you put lemongrass on a salad? That's cursed. You can't put lemongrass on a salad. Well, yeah, I mean, we're all Clippies here, aren't we? At least some of us. I was thinking about making my main channel's icon somehow Clippy related, but it does feel a little cringe to force it on something that it doesn't really fit into. Perhaps I take myself too seriously on my main channel, but I kind of do. It feels perfectly appropriate for my alt channel here. Now, even though it's getting close to the evening here, I'm probably going to go ahead and... Well, let's see. I don't see much of a reason not to go ahead and commute, even though it's dark. Maybe the animals will actually eat the lemongrass. don't think there's anything else here that I actually need. Not in the building, at least. If I had something that could tow, I would definitely consider coming back here to pick up some of these performance tires, but they're loaded into the trunk of some Electromax step vans. So that means they're just waiting to be towed, and the step van is not a towing vehicle, nor are the Electromax vans. You don't want to waste your time towing with them. I could take a... What if I just took this? What if I just took this down to Electromax and came back with one of those vans? I mean, what if indeed? Then I could take one of those tires. Yeah, I could take many of those tires, actually. Goblin behavior. I think I will... No, I'm not going to do that. I do want more tires, but I have a feeling we're going to be alright in Louisville. If I'm wrong, then I'll come back here specifically for that. Because, I do not yet know if after, like, a long period of time, if you stop finding parts with, cars with really good parts. I don't know if that's, like, linked to the erosion mechanic at all. It would make sense if it was, sadly. But I don't think it is. Can't put thyme on a salad. Okay, then. Can't put marigold on a salad. I guess it's because it's dried. I know you can put marigolds on a salad when it's fresh. Alright, well, let's go ahead and sleep then, and as an overnight task, I think we'll commute down to West Point and reevaluate what we're at there. If we're close enough to sleeping again, then we'll just dump stuff into the freezer there and sleep there for our second sleep. So it's a little early for our first sleep. I'm just going to go ahead and do it now then. Yep. You know what? I'm going to steal one of these lights because we actually have room for it in the vehicle real quick here. And I don't see myself picking up too much more than that, so... I'm glad I reallocated some stuff. I already know for a fact that one floodlight is more than enough to light up an entire gas station if I ever chose to move the generator down and just have it be a gas station generator. So we'll go ahead and take the south exit out of Riverside. Maybe I'll drive past my my character's starter house. If I remember, no, I remember which one it is. Yep. Well, we actually would have to drive past it if we were going to take the south exit. Or we would kind of have to drive past it. There's a couple ways out of Riverside. We cleared most of the town, but there were pockets all over the place, so those pockets have probably distributed all over the place by now. Our starter house was one of the bigger ones. As a fire officer, we have the privilege of being able to... You know what? I always feel the obligation to check wrecked vehicles, and I don't know if I ever checked this one. That is a 99 quality step van. I'm coming back for that someday. I didn't... I should have checked that before. I should have checked that before. But that is a 99 engine quality. That is literally the best step van I have ever seen on this character. And it was one of the first ones I saw too, because we saw that in Riverside very early on. Alright, so our starter house, I believe it was you know what? I actually forgot. We might have passed it already. I vividly remember it being close to the church. I think it was the other one in that direction. It was the one that was close to the church with the shed in the backyard. But yeah, we might have actually passed it, but too late now. We should have not done that because our cow is making stress noises now. It's only stressed. It's not, well, actually, is unnerved worse? I don't know, but I would like to get ahead of it. So I will pet her at every opportunity. Because I believe if cows get stressed and stay stressed for too long, they risk miscarrying. At which point, yeah, all of that would have been pointless. Because we don't have a bull to get her back into the milk production territory. Yeah, we're just going to go straight past the Phallus Lake turn and gun it for West Point. For anybody joining, welcome. We are currently doing some logistics. If it wasn't sufficiently obvious, we are currently transporting cows from Riverside as opposed to my main base in Fallis Lake. I would prefer to have the cows in Fallis Lake stay there for now. So I went ahead and went to Riverside to get a cow. And unfortunately that cow is now stressed because she was exposed to zombie. And that's not good. Stressed cows are not good at all. Stressed cows can and will attack things. I don't know if they attack things prior to being agitated. I do not know if that is if there's a threshold there. I suppose there's no better time to find out than when we get to West Point. I will unload her and put her into... we have an animal pen there with some chickens and turkey. Now, if her stress ends up going up, like if she's no longer stressed but now agitated, then I have to assume that there is something else at play. I have had somebody theorize that driving fast with an animal in the trailer is actually a way to stress them, but I have not been able to reliably reproduce that. There have been times where I've gone really fast in a race car with cows, and they have not gotten, at least as far as I can tell, they've not gotten stressed. But maybe they just weren't in there long enough, or maybe it only affects them after a certain point. I don't know. I just don't have enough data on that. But the data that I do have tells me that it's not, it doesn't appear to be a significant thing, if it even is a thing. I think we did actually time that rather well. We are about to arrive at West Point, and we are close to our second bedtime. So we will go ahead and debark everything there and get it into the freezers. And here we are at West Point. Actually, I couldn't have timed that more perfectly. Come on, there we go. Alright, second sleep is only 30 minutes late. All things considered, not bad. How did the texture map? Sure, yeah. Give me a second here. We're actually still going to need to wait for the things to finish refreezing anyway, yeah. It's, sleeping is not good enough to make things refreeze. So, while we chill and wait for it to refreeze, we'll take a look here at my mods. So we go to go to your Zomboid folder. You got a mod subfolder there. The mod that we have here, I called it Tag Pack B42. What I did initially is I looked around to see if the mod already existed. That was the first thing I did. And then, here it is. Dark backpack and urban camo military backpack retexture. This is a build 41 mod. And from my other work, I had learned how to retexture things. Or, I'm sorry, I had learned how to port B41 mods to B42. So that was the first thing I did. And all it really is a change in folder structure. If you look at any B41 mod and then look at any B42 mod, you'll notice that the folders are structured differently. Sometimes changing that is enough. In this case, a texture replacement mod is so simple, it's just a drop-in replacement, that simply changing the texture is enough to... Or, sorry, changing the folder so that it's correct. That was enough to fix the problem. But yeah, that was where I started. And then what I did was, after changing the folder, I made sure that the names were correct. Basically, when it comes to texture replacements, all you've got to do is go to the game directory, go to the media folder, and then textures, and then find the texture you're looking for. In this case, it is going to be clothes, bag, and then the names of the textures. These are just PNG files here. Find the textures, copy them into your mods folder that's in the same, that has the same folder hierarchy, right? So you got a new mod, 42, media, textures, clothes, and then bag, which is exactly what the game's structure looks like. Where is it? We'll just by side-by-side comparison. Zomboid, here's the game directory. So we look at 42 here, which is, this is how mods separate themselves. Anything in the main subfolder of the mod is assumed to be B41, because that's how it used to be. And then 42 is the subfolder, so anything for B42 has to be in there. So now we can see that the folders mirror each other as the same as the games directory. So we go to media for both folders, we go to textures for both folders, and then clothes, and then bag. And we'll see that just these three. Now what I did was, first I just copied the texture straight up. So actually, you know what? Let's just see if I'll show you exactly how I would do this if we were going to do the crafted frame pack. You know what? I don't know which one is actually the one I'm using right now. So crafted frame pack, we've got crafted frame pack underscore LRG, and then LRG2. And then LRG3. There's three larges. They all look the damn same to me. So I'm just going to convert all of them. That's a rather easy conversion. I'm going to fire up Photoshop here. Now, there's probably other ways of doing this without Photoshop. I'm sure GIMP could do it. I use the tools that I'm familiar with. So we just open up the textures in question. Now, what I'm going to do is use the Alice Pack texture that already exists. This is the one that I got from the mod. I'm going to open that up, and then I'm going to open up the frame pack texture in a separate tab. And what I would like to do first is just, I'm going to copy everything, and then use the adjustments match color option, and select the other one that we opened. And that immediately sets everything to black. You could probably do this by draining the saturation and lightness, if you were doing it with another tool that doesn't have the match color option. So I'm starting with that, but that's going to make the wood parts look weird. So I paste back what I copied, and then I'm just going to delete the leather. Thankfully, these textures are low resolution, so that's actually not hard to do. I'm just going to delete anything that looks leather, so that what that does is this should give us a frame pack that has black leather, but the wood is still wood. And I kind of feel like I would dig that. So anything that appears to be wood, or I don't even know what this white part is. Let's just get out our frame pack and see. What is the white part there? I have no idea. Maybe it's the maybe it's the little mount there. Yeah, maybe it's the little mount where the straps connect to. That's the only thing I could think of. I mean, I don't even know if I'm looking at the right texture. S tier, yeah. I'm not exactly an advanced modder or anything, but I know how to do simple stuff like this. So I just delete the, oops, that was a little too far. Just delete the brown leather so that we have black leather. I might even make the wood mahogany, if that's not too difficult. Yeah, because the wood, I mean, in this game, wood is like very arbitrary. We get planks, but then the planks turn into something bright like this, which this looks like beech, or balsa even. Balsa is really lightweight, so I could imagine you using that for a backpack. But, balsa is also not very common. Beech is far more common than balsa. We actually see beech trees in the game. So what I'm going to do is just copy the wood there. And, let's just use hue sat for a little bit. If I darken it a bit and hue it over towards the red, maybe. Yeah, let's give that like just a quarter octet there, and then saturate a little bit. No, that's too much. That's a little too much. Too much in the reds, rather. Let's bump that down to 8. Saturate it a little bit more. Let's try 40, and then we'll bump down the lightness further. It's not a very good staining effect. One of the things about staining is staining will reduce the, it would reduce like the contrast between the wood. So before we color it, let's bring the levels down a little bit. Let's make it so that the brightness is less bright and the darkness is less dark. We just kind of bring these in a little bit. Or where is it? Gamma. I don't even know all the right names for this. I just kind of screw around with the sliders until I find something I like. See, that looks not bad as, you know, I'm thinking about staining it or something like that. Let's try that at 196 for the max lightness, and then we'll shift the hue over a little bit. Maybe even not the hue, just, that also might be fine, honestly. That might be fine, because, that might produce a bit of a dramatic effect already. So I'm going to go with that and see what that looks like. And since this is a copy of the texture that I brought over here, we don't have to do anything further. I just save it as is. Merge the layers, Control S. And then these other two are identical. I don't know why they exist. This is large 3 and large 2. One of them has seams in it and one of them doesn't. Why? Indystone, why? Why do you have two different textures? One of them has seams and one of them doesn't. Oh, one of them also has belt straps, so I don't know. Maybe one of them is like more advanced than the other. I don't know. I don't really care either. We're just going to do the exact same thing with these, and since we know exactly what we're doing now, we don't have to put as much thought into it. I don't have a hotkey for match color. I should probably set that someday. I really should be petting the cows periodically if I'm going to do this. Cow and sheep, rather. Where'd my sheep go? There you are. I hate how she doesn't automatically close doors behind her. I would use walk to so much more often if she did that. I'm gonna keep the straps where they're at, since these straps are apparently very important. That's one of the only differences between the two textures. So of course we've got to preserve that. Pixel art is also very easy. You don't have to think anywhere near as much about blending when it comes to pixel art. Doesn't necessarily mean it's easy to make good pixel art, but if you're looking for stuff that just gets the job done, you have to think a lot less about blending, because people expect to see hard corners with pixel art. I mean, hell, that right there, that almost looks like mahogany. But I don't even know exactly what that is right there. Now this is a weird seam. What I'm thinking they probably did with this texture is just like made everything a leather backdrop, and then added the wood in as they saw fit afterwards. So some of this leather probably doesn't ever actually show up on the model itself. But now we only have a little bit of that left. I'm gonna Control-Shift-J that part out so that we've got the wood isolated, and then we'll just bring the levels down the same way we did before. It was 96 and 0.55. It gives a nice little mahogany look. And we've got a reproducible thing that we can do with the oh wait, right, I got to too late. Yeah, I messed this up. I should have pulled that to a separate layer. That's fine. It can stay like that. And largely, a lot of this other one is the same. So I'm going to just paste that in where we had it. Same with this other part. And then the base layer. The base layer will just convert to match color. Boom. Look at that. So a lot of the work was already done for us by having the backpack texture already. Which again, you can find this backpack texture on the workshop. Somebody else did this, not me. And it wouldn't be that hard to do it myself. In fact, I can show you how to do that. It only takes like 30 seconds to take it from a colored texture to a black and white. Let's say I wanted to do the same to the hiking backpack. I would open up the hue sat meters here and delete the saturation -100, and then we could bring down the lightness. That's something we could do. When it comes to lightness, I don't like using hue sat. Lightness is a little bit too it's not fine-tuned enough here. So I would just delete the saturation here and then open up levels. Levels gives you more control because it gives you the upper and lower inputs and then the outputs, and then you can set the gamma in the middle, right? So the gamma determines like the I don't really know the right phrasing for that. I didn't study color theories or anything like that. But just like what we did with the others, we could clamp the make the brights more influential, make the darks more influential, or just, you know, and you don't have to understand any of this. Just fuck with it until it looks nice. That's what I do. Just fuck with it till it looks nice. You don't have to put too much thought into it. And I'm not going to do this right now with the hiking backpack. I'm just gonna delete without saving. Like, for example, maybe I only want parts of it to be like this. Photoshop gives you the tools for that. I can go to the reds and only change the reds, which would leave the grays untouched. The grays here have a little bit of blue in them, so that would actually preserve a little bit of color to the grays. But that would also allow you to just, if you wanted to have an orange backpack, there's your yeah, you could have an orange backpack if you wanted to. But yeah, that's and then obviously once you save all those textures in the correct folder format, that's basically all you need to do, because the game, we've loaded this mod already. This is the mod that we already have loaded, so the game will now look in here to find these textures, or it looks for anything that matches an existing name, and then it just loads that instead. That's why texture replacement mods are just so simple and straightforward. That's why I never worry about this kind of a mod breaking our save. What the fuck is this? Whose face is that? This is a plastic lunchbox, but I'm very curious whose face that is on that. I have no idea. It's pixel art. It's too small res. That's kind of funny. Anyway, if you want to see the effects of the texture changes, you do have to close the game all the way and then reopen it. So what I'll do is put that frame pack in my hand, and we'll just close and reopen the game. I tried before closing to like the main menu and then reloading. That doesn't work. Textures get cached, I guess, in RAM. So that's one of the reasons the game is quicker to reload if you just quit the main menu. But that's a consequence of it. You can't see texture changes. There's probably a debug mode tool that will just reload textures. I've never even looked into it, but we don't run the game in debug mode here. We keep ourselves far away from temptation here. As a side effect of closing and reopening the game, the music should fix itself. So we can turn off our music player. And look at that, we got a black frame pack now with a mahogany texture on it. And the mahogany is, this is something I probably should have done. I should have like looked at the leather of my holsters and seen if I could make the mahogany match that a little bit better. But we're pulling hairs there. This is great. I like it a lot. And the silly thing is, of course, I have no idea which texture I changed that got me this. And I don't really care. I don't really care. This is great by my standards. Let's pet some more aminals, and then let's get them moved. I have always hated how long it takes for stress to go down on animals, so we're not going to go too far out of our way for it. The turkeys that we rescued at Louisville, they seem to be relatively okay without us actually doing too much. So I think we're going to be fine. Let's make sure. Okay, she's unnerved instead of stressed. So her stress has gone down. I don't know what the thresholds and the numbers are, but I know that unnerved is below stressed. So she is better now. We have accomplished something with that. In the meantime, all of our produce should have long been refrozen. I'm an idiot who did not left my van running for, 12 hours? Whatever. Not that big of a deal. So since we already have turkeys at our destination, I'm going to take chickens instead. Because we do have a little bit of room left, right? We have the cow and the sheep, but they will not take up all of the room. These chickens, we can probably fit 3 chickens in there with them. Maybe only 2. So we've got 80.6 left, and these chickens are like something in the 20s. At some point, I could just go back and come back here and just take the rest of the birds all at once. Now that we have an animal trailer that is good and not an animal trailer that is going to send us into orbit just for trying to use it. Okay, that chicken only weighed 21. We might be able to get another one in there. Yeah, I know, right? Sheep don't like being picked up, I guess. They are domesticated, relatively, but, yeah, so we got 3 chickens, that's good. I could hand carry more, but I need my hands full or my hands to be free right now. So we just did get a grindstone established at our destination. Mr. Hung's laundry here has ammo in it. And some of this ammo is going to come with us today. I'm going to focus on the ammo types that I use more often. So that's going to be 9mm and 5.56 first. This game does have a silly lack of being able to put animals into containers when they would probably be, well, you should be able to put animals in containers in this game, like, you know, bags. It should just increase their stress, and once their stress gets to 100, maybe they start trying to break out of the bag, and they start hurting themselves in the process, so maybe their health starts going down. But you should be able to do it for a short period of time, and it shouldn't kill them, because that happens in real life all the time. Now, of course, you don't usually put an animal into a bag if you care about its well-being, but maybe you just don't want to butcher it yet, right? There should be options for that. Okay, before we pick everything up, this time I'm going to shut the generator off first. So otherwise we're just slowing ourselves down. Right. To drop some stuff in order to pick everything up now. Door's closed, right? Yes. Oh, shut up. You're almost done being stressed. Forgot that you'd run over a rabbit and flipped over his bones. Make sure to remember that, KTO. Remember that next time I get out and kill a bunch of rabbits before you get angry. Remember that. Remember what just happened to you. And never forget it, because it's going to happen again. It's going to happen to all of us. Even me, who goes out of his way to make sure that we annihilate the damn things. And yes, I am filling up on whatchamacallits here. Let's do 45 ACP. Come on, I said let's do 4. Oh, we can't. There we go. See, trying to load up everything in both of these handbags it gets very difficult when the items get bigger. But that's okay. We've almost completely emptied out the other Mr. Hung's laundry, so that's great. Gotta start doing a gin. That's what they call it now, when you wipe out animals for no reason. But there is a reason. It's just not always readily available to point at. Because if you're careful, you can usually avoid it, but then, you know, Murphy's Law strikes when things happen. Anything that can happen will happen eventually. So the best thing you can do is reduce the potential for things to happen. And that is what I call it when I get out and kill animals like a crazy man. But I always say this. It wouldn't be a red flag if the devs didn't spawn them in the middle of the road and then make it so that we could flip out. We run over them. Now we're gonna drive past possibly 1 or 2 zombies. Actually, okay, so here's the deal. We are gonna drive past a number of zombies that are gonna be on the other side of a wall that can't get to us. They're gonna be on the other side of these concrete barriers that are currently glitched and you can't get past them. So what I'm going to do is try to maintain my distance from that side. So we're actually going to stick as hard as we can to the right side of the road here. Of course, I forgot the stuff that was in the freezer of the main fridge. So what that means is I have perishables languishing in the fridge of the West Point base that we just left. It's not overly significant, but I actually do kind of care about it. So what we're going to do is we'll take whatever time we need to take to get this sorted out, drop off the animals, get the new freezer put in, but then we're going to go back and whatchamacallits, we are going to go back and pick that stuff up along with another shipment of ammo. So we'll knock out several birds with one stone there. We will not just go back for the perishables, but because the perishables are there, we will step up our plans to go back again. Turning a mistake into just another leg of the journey. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. Or you could just take the L. I could just take the L, but nah. I don't want to do that all the time. We take our L's when they are tactically appropriate. If this place was subject to respawns, this would not be a route that would last very long. It would eventually become just as polluted as the military checkpoint itself. There really is no good way in and out of Louisville that is not potentially subject to massive amounts of respawns. Maybe there's a Valley Station gate somewhere that if you have a sledgehammer. But at that point, you're making it longer and longer on yourself. And at what point does it cease to be a supply line and start being a massive workaround? I didn't do that, the devs did. I would get out and kill them, but now my hands are full, and my own animals are probably not going to react well to me killing their... I mean, I might have stressed them out just by doing that. I mean, hell, I don't even know for sure, but I might be stressing them out a lot just by them briefly being next to a bunch of zombies on the other side of a massive fence where they can't even fucking see them. Remember, animals can sense zombies through any number of obstructions, so... yeah. I don't know. This might prove to not be a good thing. If I take the cow out and it's agitated, like 100% stressed, its pregnancy is going to be gone, and it's going to not be able to produce milk. So I might just kill it if that happens. We will have learned a valuable lesson too, and that's that we can't take this shortcut if that is the case. But I don't know. Maybe we got past the zombies fast enough, and I can't tell the difference because the cow's moos are stressed either way. So when I go through here, there's going to be a bunch of birds probably in my way. Thankfully, these birds trust me, so all I got to do is do a little cue. Right, about that. There are no birds in my way. Got lucky this time. Lesson learned, this is not wide enough for me to be able to close both gates with the step van, or with any vehicle, really. Any vehicle. I won't be able to close both gates. Why is she... I think I saw somebody report this. Oh, no. I'm an idiot. My hand was on the wrong spot in the keyboard. Shit. This is not good. Fuck. They're all in the way now. I might bump into them. If I hit Q, then the cow is gonna bolt. I'm gonna have to risk it. This is... If I don't risk it, then my parachute... God damn it, chicken. Stop crossing the road. Forgot that doesn't actually force me to drop the bags if I do that. Okay, we're just gonna have to pray. All things holy. Okay. I have in the past removed animals from a trailer, and they ended up close enough to the trailer that they would actually get run over it just by me moving. Thankfully, that did not happen here. So, I don't know how long I should abuse this, but we actually have free refrigerators. Only refrigerators, not freezers. But I am going to abuse that. I'm going to replace this fridge with a freezer, a chest freezer specifically. And that chest freezer is going to be the freezer, while everything over here is going to be the fridge side. And that is actually going to reduce my total power consumption for the main circuit by a little bit. But I need to... Okay, that's going to get irritating really fast. I can hear the fucking cow from here. I knew that would... I knew that would be a possibility. I just... Something in my head was vainly hoping that wouldn't end up being the case, but it is. So, fuck. Well, nothing that we can do about it now. We'll just have to pet it so that at least it's not making stressed moves. I can probably deal with regular moves, but stressed moves will throw me... That will make me stressed IRL. I'm not even exaggerating. Oops. Why is it that some birds I can see through the fence, but many others I can't? What's going on there? And I feel like I feel like before. Okay, it also doesn't apply to all of them. See, some of these birds are disappearing and some of them aren't. What in the world? I have no explanation for that. I wonder if it's acceptance. That would be interesting. If birds, or if the animals accept you, then you can see them through walls. No idea. That would be very interesting, though, if that was the case. So I am going to do a freezer here, but I might do a popsicle freezer. Let me check something real quick. I'm gonna top up my generators, but I'm also gonna check their consumption rates. So this one's at 272. 026 is just a chest freezer and 2 popsicle freezers. And that is what I expect to see on my other generators. So it's always that if the lights are on especially. Yeah, we've got 6 lights running. That is, actually the 6 lights accounts for the disparity, so it's literally just freezers and lights here. And I don't mind accounting for disparity and a slight disparity while I'm actually here at base using the lights. That one never got refilled. Skill issue. I do not understand people's obsessions with that. It is such a fucking odd obsession. I've got 70-liter gas tanks that literally just drive themselves around, and siphoning is faster than right-click fill. Why would you waste your time with an M4? I don't understand it. Yes, there's some people out there who swear by it, and it's not just KTO. There's a lot of people who just would really love their M4s. It just doesn't strike me as something that's. I mean, I've got these I got M4s that drive around here, or let's call these what are these 75 out of the 400. I have 1/5 M4s. Yeah, that's what I got. These large step fans, every single one of them is 1/5 of an M4. I have no idea what the cooldown is. I'm just going to keep petting them, and the pets will continue until morale improves. Yeah, and honestly, the stupid nerfs to liquid containers is a problem. I consider it a problem because I don't like the fact that we don't have big, like, massive liquid containers. And especially we don't have ways of having big, massive liquid containers that have, like, their own way of quickly dispensing liquid using gravity. They should have, like, as always with these devs, they take away the fun stuff long before they actually balance the unfun stuff. And I don't like that about them. I really dislike that about them. So what we learned by looking at the generators is that some of this stuff over here should come out, and some of this stuff in here should go back in. I don't know if I'm ever going to use these fish, but let's just put them in there anyway. I don't care about these fish. And even the rabbit meat is pushing it. No fuel tankers in 93. Yeah, no, that's what the devs of this game would have you believe. It's gonna drive me insane, guys. I'm gonna kill that fucking cow. I just brought it here after all that effort. Yeah, I've got no excuse for that. I just hate stress noises. Oh, right, I just can't place this book. It's literally not possible. Because I don't know why they did this, but now every time you place something, the game can't check. The game can't seem to just check, is the character within range of placing it? No, the game needs to make you step over to another fucking tile first. So, like, half of the time when I try to place this book, she's going to glitch out first. Maybe No, no, maybe I just got to reposition a little bit. Maybe now? Yes, okay. I shouldn't have to do that. I never had to do that before. Why do I have to do that now? Why did shit break? Why do we have to have 10 steps back and a few steps forward? I'm being dramatic. It's not exactly 10 steps, but I'm still mad about it. I found a few duffel bags on people, but I don't have any on me right now. And this club hammer we found goes in here, of course, because we didn't have one already, and now we do. Now we brought all that food here. Maybe we should actually eat some of it, maybe. I'm gonna go make a salad after I do this. Maybe I'll just straight up eat some of those fish. Maybe cooking them will help. You see, the problem with the fish that we have in there is that they're all garbage. And by garbage, I mean I can't fillet them. So can I literally do nothing but just cook them and eat them? Is that really where we're at with that? I know I can turn around and use them as bait fish, and that's kind of what I'm probably going to do with them, but is that really all you can do? Is there nothing else you can do to get the meat out of a small fish? I feel like that's wrong. Yeah, let's just take these small black crappies out. I used to catch crappies when I went fishing at this lake at a campground that I would hang out at for when we had our yearly family reunions. And that was all catch and release, though. We never got to try to cook any of them. That honestly, just cooking them and eating them might be the only thing we can do. And that's okay because it actually does reduce a little bit of unhappiness if we cook and eat. So that's good by me. So we ate the small black crappies, now we eat the small white crappies. Alright, so I'll sleep here now, because I got to. It's bedtime. But at some point, I need to find out if I need to be closer to the animals to help them de-stress. I don't think I do. I don't think I need to be too much closer, because the turkeys did manage to de-stress. So I think they're going to be okay. But in any case, I'm going to go pet cow and sheep now. And I know that running near them causes stress. I don't know if the new line of sight mechanic is going to help or hurt that. Oh shit. I heard a zombie slapping something. Alright, that's pretty sus. heard the bastard slapping door, but now I don't. I know I'm not going insane. Y'all heard that too. Oh, these guys were never zombies. See how there's no damage on them? These were people. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's one of these stories. One of these stories that you can't specifically talk about in YouTube chat because it will probably censor your message. They did not... They did not have the will to go on, or they had no choice. Perhaps, I mean, I don't see any injuries, so I don't know if they probably didn't get infected. They probably just did not manage to keep going, so... Usually when they do this, there's a note. Man, they even had a Hotties magazine. They had everything they needed here. Two guys living here, and there's a purse in the closet. Delvine Delgadillo. Delvine Delgadillo. No idea if there was any relation, and all we can do is speculate. In any case, I generally treat non-zombie corpses with the utmost of dignity. As soon as I confirm that there's no Zeds up here. Because we did hear some slapping earlier, but I don't know what happened to that. I don't see slapping anymore, or hear slapping. I don't have a shovel on me right now. But there's nothing I can carve into one here, so we're going to go get one. Field kit over here. You know, they like their flamingos a lot, so I will use the flamingos to mark their graves. You have to like these things a lot to put them in your own front yard. That's my opinion on that. Now, don't be fooled. This is just a figment of the, whatchamacallit, the, mechanic. The figment of the dragging mechanic. But when we pick these guys up, it's going to look like suddenly they're going to start looking like zombies, but only after we pick them up. So we're just going to call that a glitch. Because you can see very clearly right now, these guys are not zombies. They were people. They just did not have the fortitude, or maybe they both got infected by something wacky. We have seen... yeah, you see how his body just changed? Yeah, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. Head cannon. But now, suddenly we... Okay. Odd. Guess he had to bounce before we could do that. Okay, it seems like that zombie that we keep hearing is, not interested in being persistent, but he's still there. So we will take care of it. I have an idea of where it might be. And for all I know, it might actually be close enough to bother the cows. There we go. There's no way I'm an asymptomatic carrier. Nah, man, that's not me. That can't be. That would be fucking mean if the survivors were asymptomatic carriers. Because that means that when NPCs get added to the game, that means that we get to be the reason that a bunch of people die. And this is not just how you died, this is how you accidentally killed a bunch of people. Alright, we need to find whoever is slapping over here. I know they're in this house somewhere, I believe, because that's kind of where we triangulated it. I'm pretty sure we cleared the bathroom by looking in the window, but I'm taking nothing for granted here. Remember, they were hitting a door, so it's probably the closet. You. Forgot I left. When we had the audio weird thing the other day, I turned jump scare noises back on. So, apologize to those who are not used to hearing it on this stream. I myself am among you. Yeah, here's what it is. Found the problem. I'm gonna hate life if that thing was actually close enough to stress my animals. I feel like if it was, then the turkeys would have never gone down. But some of the turkeys have gone down, so I feel like that's not the case. Get jump scared on. Alright, I have to step away briefly IRL. Won't be gone too long. When I get back, we'll go pet the cows. Actually, I think I was about to step away before, but then the cow petting distracted me. I'm gonna pet the cows again, and then I'll step away, and then pet them when I get back. I don't think too much time will pass before I get back, but you know what? I don't know if being within eyesight of them is going to help them de-stress better. But that's what I did when I had some other cows that were in need of being de-stressed a while back. So let's just have a chair in the barn here. Alright, I will be right back, folks. I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Yeah, the chair does not have get to see very many interesting things, does it? It probably enjoys it when I take a day off. Which one of these fucking things is still stressed? Okay. They're looking alright. There's one hen that is still stressed. I don't know if they're going to be able to make much progress at stress reduction if they're stuck indoors. I feel like that is a thing that happens where they, if they're stuck indoors, they don't reduce stress as well. I do not know for sure. I know that they can reduce stress when they're indoors, but maybe there's a debuff to the stress reduction mechanic. I have no idea. All I know is I can't stand the stress noises that they make. I am literally about to just go in the game files and replace them with blank audio. I just showed you guys how to make mods. That is something that you can do with mods. I'm pretty sure that that sounds are not all that different from textures. That being said, I think they're also packaged in a different way. So that might require a bit of a rabbit hole. Alright, I still have some stuff I left, perishables that I left in the container at West Point, because I'm an idiot. But there's also still some vehicles down there that I can get home with, so I'm going to go ahead and, let's see, how am I going to process this? Let's go get a throwaway car. Yeah, we're going to go get a throwaway car using the race car. And we'll get it charged. Oh, no, we already have one right here. We have the throwaway car. So I'm going to use the car there that I forgot about to drive back to West Point with a trailer, with an animal trailer. And then we're going to pick up the remaining birds that are there, bring them here. And when we return, we'll take a step van full of ammo instead of the throwaway car. So we'll get another logistical operation done as we are correcting our mistake of leaving stuff behind and also wanting to get the rest of the bird. Empty out my backpack while we're at it. This thing must have had a pretty weak gas tank in it. If it's up to half a tank just by putting 10 liters in, that's yeah, that's definitely one of the things of all time. It's kind of wacky. No, something that I did is I did load up the driver's seats of all of our vans in the fleet. As far as I know, I think all the driver's seats are loaded up, so they're actually not in a position where I can just sit down and start driving them. I will have to empty the driver's seats, so that's actually not going to be a problem. Now that we've got these frame packs have enabled me to carry so much that I think we're not going to have any problems with overflow. I think we are in a great spot now that we got those. I only regret not trying them sooner. I never would have suspected that's something the player can craft. That needs to get removed now. Thankfully, this is just a throwaway car. But I didn't remove it last time because my hands were full. This time, these fucking things. I will butcher them and leave their bones by the side of the railroad tracks as a warning to their kin. Okay, maybe now we're entering red flag territory. Yeah, if you guys say red flag now, yeah, maybe you're right. PETA is allowed to take me away now. Also, that actually, I may see some karma for that, because if there are zombies right there, then they have just been incentivized to go around the fence where they might not have been previously. So we actually may have a small fight on our hands here, or worse, a fight of unknown capacity. This is an actual spot on the checkpoint fence, and therefore, yeah, unknown capacity. Simply leaving the car running while we did that has likely brought more attention in this direction than I would have wanted. They would have come this way eventually either way, but we didn't help ourselves with that. Now these guys on the other side of the other fence here don't look too threatening, but remember that they're random movements that we're looking at right now. Those aren't random. They're going around the fence because of a group-up mechanic that is telling them to do that. And so they're actually literally going to be coming around to our side of the fence. This guy may have been a recent spawn, so I'm curious what his hydration pack looks like. Yeah, it's a 3-liter one. Cool. They're still completely useless, but that's cool. Where? Ah, other side. Don't care. The only reason I'm going back here is I did see one guy with a military backpack of the correct color. Now, he might not be the only one. We've got a lot of tree coverage back here, so... Nova Lay. Lehigh? Lay? I'm not sure. Military helmets are still absolute dog water. Ooh. This military shirt in desert camo has holes in the torso. Holding on to that. Holding on to that because that may be a platform that we use. I forget which slot exactly the military shirt does. I think that's the same slot as the scrubs. So we might not use that, but I won't rule anything out necessarily. Yes, okay. So we've got desert camo. We got desert camo everything with the correct holes in it. This little side quest has been a blessing. If I want to make a full desert camo set with all the correct holes, I could do so. It shouldn't be that... It really should not be a situation where, like, we need to look so hard to find holes in the correct spot. But I don't think the Indie Stone necessarily understands their own game well enough to know that there is a direct incentive for us to have clothing with holes in it right now. In the real world, a tailor will be able to do something a lot more interesting than just cut holes in things. Perhaps an actual tailor would be able to replace segments of fabric around the chest and the head with a more porous material that is still strong against things like, you know, broad brush ripping, or maybe just a God damn it, dude, I'm right here.
Hey!
It's like going in those fucking trees. I want to kill you. I'm thinking like a fiber mesh of some sort that's breathable but doesn't allow things like, you know, zombie teeth through. I'm sure such a thing exists. Oh, Zacto, about that. We were talking about texture replacements earlier. I don't talk about this often, but the other things in my mod here, if we go to textures, on their subfolder of textures, there's something called patches. What these are PNGs, transparent PNGs, with nothing in them. These are blank, transparent PNGs of the same size of the textures that we're replacing, but all patches have been replaced with blank textures because they look fucking stupid as fuck, and I hate the way they look, so I don't look at them. They're invisible. I probably should upload this mod that I'm using. It's not... I got this weird hang-up when it comes to other people's work, and the backpack technically is other people's work. I ported that from B41. I don't think they're going to care. I mean, if they didn't come back and upload it for B42. Maybe I'll just redo the backpack myself. I'll do it myself. Yeah, I'll just delete the texture that I'm currently using and then just open Photoshop and remake it myself using saturation and levels. I know it's such a simple thing, but it doesn't make sense to get hung up on that, but I still want to. So I'll do that at some point. I will upload it to the workshop. But if I'm going to do that, I also want to change the name and description because I never really did anything like that when I made it for myself personally. So perhaps at some point I will do that. So if there is anybody who is watching and they actually want to use the same mod I do, that would be a thing. Hopefully the rain will be done and actually stay done, so that tomorrow we get some good good weather to shoot in. Seems like it's going to be off and on for a bit for the rest of the day today. I would definitely like to make some progress down 31 West. Better late than never, but I'm going to go ahead and kill zombies that could possibly get close to me while we're out here. Shelley. Catherine Shelley. Chauncey Pyle. Ah, the name Pyle. Oh, Private Pyle. We've got a total of 4 ammo vans that are completely loaded up, and Mr. Hung's, which is going to be emptied out. So it's perfectly fine to do just straight up take one of the vans towing a trailer this time. But for at least 2 of the future trips, we want to make sure that we're using the West Point police cars, because these are actually really powerful. These are 500 horsepower engines. We recovered them because of their towing potential. They can definitely tow a step van. So when it comes to coming back here with throwaways, we definitely want to be using West Point to tow one of these bad boys at some point. I'm gonna laugh really hard, and it's gonna be really sad if one of my or if my the stuff I left in the fridge here is already stale. It wouldn't surprise me. Oh, I need to actually recover one of the trucks too. I think this blue truck. Hang on a second. Yeah, this blue truck has a 99 engine quality. This is going to be my new pickup for the for the forge at Jericho. So I might actually take this truck instead of the one of the step vans, because that's actually a higher priority. I have not expended anywhere near enough ammo in order to meaningfully require more. It's literally just it's something that is right in front of me and needs to be done, so I'm going to do it. But the forge was just built, and we're currently using my combat truck, which is not acceptable. That is a temporary solution, very temporary. So we'll be stealing some of the parts from this bad boy. And the rest we'll be stealing from somebody else. Well, some of the eggs went rotten, straight up. That's interesting. Thankfully, most of it was egg. There was only a little bit of spinach. So I might need to actually stay here for a minute. Won't be too long, but we're firing up the generator to keep that fresh. We'll also use some of it, too. Well, we would, but I don't have any bowls right now. Nope, Satan's in fact in her. Car's got Satan in her. She's tampering and dark-sided stuff. Now, I know I'm usually obsessed with getting all perfect performance parts on my vehicles. I'm not quite as obsessed with it when it comes to a vehicle that is going to just be a charcoal carrier for the forge. Engine quality is important for that, because that means high engine quality means I can start it without any problems, which is something that I want to be the case for a charcoal carrier. But actual parts are nowhere near as important, because I don't have to drive very long distances with it. Alright, that's all the crap parts. There are no witches here. We don't have to worry about setting anybody on fire. Like I was saying before, I don't want to put too much effort into finding parts that we don't already have here. I suppose there's a few things. That's for standard. I think that's all for standard. Yeah, that's all for standard. So I shouldn't even really factor that into my equations. We've actually got a fine set of brakes here. Okay, we do have another regular over there then. Alright, take it easy, Zacto. We'll catch you in a few. Do good learning. Now we just need some sus. We might not actually have enough sus. Or, well, no, I'll harvest the best of the white truck here. Yeah, that'll be fine. Forgot that we had performance brakes on the other one. I thought those were regulars. Okay, cool. So we'll actually be coming home with a slight surplus of performance brakes. Okay. So we do need to do a little bit of welding, and we have plenty of steel sheets just right over there. One for the trunk. That's it, just one for the trunk right now. Yeah. Gas tank. Let's get one for the gas tank, too. Or not. There's already a regular at full capacity here. God damn it. Okay, so she can't take the engine parts because she has to stand in a specific spot that this garbage can is blocking. Okay, then. I think we're pretty much done with the garbage can anyway, but the point is the principle. Quality is up to 66, so that's pretty good. We'll steal some glass work elsewhere for later. We picked up a bunch of clothes that are dirty, so I'm going to go ahead and wash those after as we sleep here. My own clothes are, well, actually, some of them are surprisingly dirty. Okay. How are some of my clothes dirtier than others right now? That's odd. Quite odd. That's the dryer. I almost did the thing again. I almost put my clothes in the dryer instead of the washer first. Hey Richard, how's it going? We are doing pretty good here. We have got a little bit of work to do here in West Point, and then we will be going back to Louisville for continuing stuff up there. Logistical phase, to say the least. As per we tend to be. Yeah. We were trying to see why YouTube was censoring him, but he was not. Even afterwards, he kept censoring him. YouTube is just a censorious thing. Current task is to fix this truck up, and it's only missing a couple of parts, really. It does not need to be perfecto in every way. Ooh, very nice. That's going to be that's something that I'm glad I nailed that early on when I was building my battle station here. I nailed that before I started doing anything with it, because I knew that if I didn't, it would take me forever to actually get around to it. Alright, second sleep is a go. Then I'm just going to toss a little bit of gas into that truck and go steal some windshields for it. Or just a passenger window is all it needs. Yeah, you get the right paint on there, and it's almost like a protective sheen. My dad would do the same with staining the wood. Put a little bit of gas in, but not too much, because maybe we'll find a big gas tank if we get lucky. I have no idea what kind of parts are going to be on the vehicles in the lot out here, but if we find a big gas tank, then it's easier to wait to fill it up. Both of those windows are garbage. But you got some good engine parts, and some good brakes, and sus. So, no better tires, but I will absolutely steal these undercarriage parts here. Didn't expect the music to die again so quickly. Let's fix that. See, anything we collect that is not going to be used immediately, that we can just stick it in the trunk, and then we'll take it back to Louisville and use it with the that's a preserved vehicle, and use it with the what's it called? We have another step van there that's ready for repairs. Big gas tank, just what I was looking for. Everything else is looking good. Just wanted to hand it over, right? Had nothing to do with the fact that it needs to be gotten rid of. Engine is back to 100 condition and a few parts to spare. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Now just for that gas tank. And that is everything I would ever want for a perfect step, or for a perfect D6. A little bit of glass work too, and then we are off. Look at how it starts instantaneously. That right there, that is undervalued. While we're here, 2 ingots, and 2 into the trunk, 1 into my backpack. This is a factory sort of loot table here, so steel ingots and steel bars are readily located. All I could ever want out of a vehicle. It's beautiful. I believe all these animals trust me. If they don't, I'll have to close this gate quickly.
Hey!
And look at that, they all trust me. So all I gotta do is give a little holler, and they will all mosey on up to the edge of the trailer here, and I can just load them all up. It's like having a dog who's trained to get into a vehicle on a single command. I never had any of my dogs trained up that way. They all had mixed opinions about cars. Alright, shutting down West Point once more. There are a few limited reasons we might come back to West Point, but they are decreasing with each trip. Generators, of course, is always an option. Mr. Hung's has now been completely emptied of 100% of everything. So I can now separate Mr. Hung's from the ammo carriers, just as a way to remind myself. So we're just moving it over by a parking spot here. This is just an empty step van full of perfect parts is all it is now. We'll always find a use for one of those eventually. In the meantime, we've got our passenger seat full now. Now, one thing I'd like to do while we're here is get, I really packed these vans tight. I would like to be able to drive them home autonomously, so I'm going to go ahead and unload ammo from the passenger seats. These frame packs are glorious. Alright, all of the ammo vans are once again drivable, as they always should have been. If anybody wasn't here earlier, we made a mod today. Just extended our black backpack mod to the, whatchamacallit, to the advanced frame pack here, which are our new handbags. Our sword is ready to be retired, but I'm going to go ahead and sharpen it for the free experience. And off we go. My brain meat is telling me that I didn't have as many steel sheets at our destination, so you're not just going to have me leave a few on the floor here. Some of these actually might be useful for repairing the cars over there, so not all will come with me. A lot of this other stuff I can make myself now. Off we go. Sometimes I feel a moral responsibility to make sure I've loaded up every single container possible if I'm going to be deploying on a transition from my two major bases like this. Same situation as before with the aminals. I'm going to stay on this side of the road as much as possible because we will have zombies on the other side, and I have no idea if they are going to be close enough to cause stress. And we want to avoid stress wherever possible for these things. Hey. Eggs and gunnery. This, not 90 plus, this is a 99 right here. It was spawned as a part of a fishing story. We were headed down the river looking for clay, and this bad boy had spawned in as a wreck with some fishing gear in the back. And because it was a story that spawned it in, free perfect engine. If you give me one place to look for them, I'll take it. But I know for a fact that as soon as the devs find out that stories are giving us perfect engines, they're going to nerf that into the ground, and then we're going to have nowhere to look for perfect engines. We're just going to have to keep sifting through absolute fucking dog water for the rest of eternity. And the patch notes aren't going to say that. They're going to say fixed incorrect engine qualities on story spawn. That's what they're going to phrase it diplomatically. But what it really means is, haha, fuck you. Now every single car in your fleet has to have a 20% chance or higher of failing to start. That's what that patch note actually says. So you're saying you got struck by lightning? By 3 engine quality. Yeah, that's how I feel with my ambulances. I am going to sorely miss finding perfect ambulances out of wrecks. I mean, those wrecks are so rare that it already feels like getting struck by lightning every time I see one. quote-unquote fix. Needs more scare quotes. 100% correct. I predict more rabbits. But, hey, I'm wrong. Good. Perhaps slaughtering their kin and leaving their bones in a cairn. Did you hear that? They went nuts for a second there? That could just mean that we're driving past zombies, but it could also mean that they're stressed now because zombies are on the other side of these fences. That's entirely expected, but their exposure to zombies being nearby has been extremely limited, so in theory they should not be too stressed. I don't hear any more stressed clucking, so... We fixed the glitch. At this rate, I'm just going to turn my next, whatchamacallit, the next step van that I repair up here, the one that's currently carrying random metal. I'm going to turn that into a ammo carrier. Because we've already got like 100 and... we're getting close. I mean, 189 on the floor right here. Let's make that 190 something. 195. Yeah, we're really close to another full step van back here. It's great. that's without moving a whole step van. Now, I would like to drive through normally, but the ones that are in the trailer already are confirmed to trust me, so I can pull them out and then shout, and they will show up inside here.
Hey!
Looks like everybody here trusts me. Excellent. I do not see anybody panicked running around. And I think Bessie has calmed down, too. No, she hasn't. Still stressed. But she hasn't lost her baby, so good. That should be all the animal movement we ever need to do here. As long as Bessie there, and after she gives birth to her calf, she may stop producing milk, as some irresponsible mothers in this universe tend to do. They tend to forget that they have babies and stop producing milk. So there may be a possibility that I'll have to feed her calf for her, depending on circumstances. But and that would be a problem if, you know, if we don't have a bull. Then she will stop producing milk and she won't be able to produce anymore. But future problems. I do not know if she'll ever have that calf. I mean, some of the other cows we have gone a very long time without actually giving birth. They've just been one of those ladies, you know, who is always pregnant but never seems to have any more kids. Yeah, we're over 208 now. So, you know, I think my theory about the animals getting to 100% trust and then you being able to see them even when they're not in your direct line of sight, I think that is getting a little bit heavier in terms of credence. Now, that being said, the Scimitar cow is still making the sad noises and we can't see her. So maybe when she's de-stressed and full trust. She did come when we shouted, so that means she does trust us, but she's still stressed, so maybe that's part of it. In any case, a lot of what's in the trunk here is vehicular parts. I don't have a home for them yet. I am just going to bring them down to the step van that needs to be repaired and dump them all on the floor there. And we'll eventually find a carrier for them later on. And with that, everything is emptied out of the blue truck. What we do now is we swap trunks between the blue truck and the fire truck, which is, the fire truck is supposed to be a heavy combat vehicle, not a workshop vehicle. But because we didn't have any other D6s to work with, that's why it ended up that way. So we can fix that easily. Hand drill. I didn't even say anything when I picked that up. I think I just subconsciously knew that I needed one. I hate it when I do that. I usually try to explain myself if I'm doing something that doesn't make immediate sense. I don't really feel like loot sorting right now. I don't have homes for half of the categories in there, so that just goes on the floor with the rest of it. So now everything in this trunk, right over to the other one. And that is now our permanent workshop truck. Heavy combat can now return to its prior role and its prior trunk loadout, which is temporarily in some backpacks over here. I might have another purpose for heavy combat other than heavy combat just yet, so it can stay inside for now. Mostly because the parking lot out front, all the convenient places are getting filled up. Before we bring it back in, I can't remember if I left any charcoal on the floor up here. I probably didn't. I did not. So when I do find a perfect, quote-unquote perfect spot to park, I'll eventually use something to actually mark where the tires should be. I think for now, yeah, this it's great where it is, because as long as I can stand in the center of this tile right here where I'm at right now, I can access the forge, and I can access the trunk, and I can access both material boxes. That is a perfect situation to be in for crafting. And then, of course, if I need to do the furnace instead of the forge, we just stand here instead, and we can still access the trunk, and we can still access the materials bin over here for, this is more just for the kiln. If I need that, the furnace actually doesn't get a lot of action nowadays, because the furnace, what I would do with it, if I needed more stuff that I would use for metalworking, you know, more steel bars. Say I had only ingots, and I didn't have any bars. We could turn ingots into bars, but that would require the furnace. Problem is, we have so much of all that crap that I don't know if I'm ever going to use the furnace again. I might have only ever needed to use it to make a blacksmith anvil, and that's it. But in any case, with that mission success there. Alright, this is getting out of hand. I am going to steal a... Well, actually, there's already a bed out there. I'm going to establish a bed to sleep next to the cows, or the animals in general, and see if that helps accelerate their stress reduction. That's worked for me in the past. If they don't stop being stressed after like 2 days, tops, I'm going to go into the game files and I'm going to replace the stress noises with blank audio files. I am already fucking sick of this. It never ever should have made it to a production build that these fucking sounds would go through 20 walls and just... No. Fuck you. That is a step too far for me. I can handle a lot of bullshit. That noise constantly, I cannot handle. I cannot handle it. Call me autistic, call me sensitive, call me whatever the fuck you want. That's just how it is. So this is almost a safe place to sleep. I just need to get a new window in here and then barricade it. I guess technically there's 2 windows I gotta barricade. I can make my own windows now. It is my privilege as somebody who does glass making. And we have a forge, so we can do that. I'm gonna make 2 windows. Level 10 welding needs a nerf? Are you kidding me? Welding has so few options to do stuff useful with. I mean, you should be getting them out into materials from a car. It's a car. There's a lot of materials in it. Of course, you know, you're welcome to tell the devs that, but no. That is to be expected. Cars have a lot of metal in them. We're literally talking tons upon literal metric tons. Most of it steel, a little bit of iron, among other things. But yeah, I will go and make some new window here. The game does not give enough rewards for level 10 anything right now. Like, literally anything. I mean, like, just look at glass making. That's what I'm doing right now. The highest level recipe that actually is useful for something is level 5. Sure, yeah, okay, we can make lantern glasses and wine glasses and then champagne glasses. But, seriously? The last useful recipe is jars at level 5. There needs to be more things that are, like, really high high investment and high reward, and welding is definitely among them. Now, at least welding does have that, you know, the fringe benefit of getting more material from things you weld apart. Please don't take that away from me. I put a lot of effort into leveling these skills. We need something for that. No, we can't make a car window yet. And I hope that I'm using the word "yet" correctly. I seriously hope I'm using the word "yet" correctly right there. It's just not implemented yet. Right, Indy Stone, right? This is where, why did Mr. Atomic Duck do that interview and not me? Well, I know exactly why, because he's a bigger content creator, and I'll probably never be that big, because I don't like putting effort into too many things these days. But if I was able to interview them, I would have a lot of very pointed questions about certain things that are not in the game that make sense to be in the game, even from the logic that the devs seem to be operating under, right? But I didn't hear a lot of questions about that. Yeah, I don't know. I have opinions about that interview, but it was a very useful thing. Very useful thing. Glad he did it. I appreciate it. The word softball comes to mind if you're familiar with political terminology. Softball interview is, it definitely felt like he wanted to be invited back or he wanted to be able to invite the guy back for another interview, right? So he didn't want to be too hard on him. And I cannot exactly say that I wouldn't be the same, but I would definitely have a few questions. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, that, you see, you're also thinking about solo play, and that's 100%. Everything you said is 100% correct about solo play. But then, what about if you've got an army of NPCs or multiplayer who are constantly using up your metal with, you know, things like, I don't know if it's safe to sleep here. I was about to. You know what? I have an idea. I am going to sleep here. But I'm going to use one of my vehicles to block the window. That way a zombie, at least... I don't think... I know they can crawl under vehicles now, but I don't think that they can... that crawling under the vehicles allows them to jump in through windows. I suppose there would be no better way to find out, right? I need a pillow, though. Damn it. Nobody have a pillow. That's why I always try to think about things, you know, after NPCs and multiplayer. But I mean, we've got multiplayer now, so we're really just kind of looking forward towards NPCs, because that's where all the balancing is going. That's the direction, and that's why some things feel really weird. There it is. That's a pillow. I don't want to be bringing State Trooper out there though, because he is full of loot. State Trooper is full of loot that needs to be sorted inside the base. Meanwhile, LBMW is just a... can do anything with this one. As an overnight task, I might go grab a vehicle that I can scrap for parts. Alright, so I don't know if zombies can crawl under cars and then stand up on the other side and then no-clip through the window. What? How did she do that? She can't do it now? Or can she? No. Okay, so that's interesting. The climb through window option appears... From the outside? Okay, maybe I wasn't close enough. This is a little cheesy, but I mean, I guess in real life this wouldn't work with a race car, but with a step van it would. And that's only because this game doesn't have concepts of vehicle height. I have questions. Alright, you know what? I don't care. I don't care. If a zombie is somehow able to do what I just did and go right through that window, even though the car is there, then I'll push it back myself. I have a weapon in my hand. I shouldn't have to, but I mean, we want to consider all eventualities here. I should have pet the cow before going to sleep. Too late. Of course, she had to go all the way up there. Is she done yet? Nope, still stressed. I hate this so much. Anyway, time for me to blow off some stress myself and kill some zombies. Shit. Imagine going to sleep with a zombie that close. Nope. It was an instant transfer. We did not have to do the map conversion. And I'm totally here for that. I'm glad that that seems to not happen unless it's necessary now. Previously... Jesus Christ! Previously, anytime you converted a save, you would have to convert the map. Like, there would be no chance of it not happening. And so you'd have to sit there for, in my case, up to like 10 minutes almost, because it has to parse through every single tile that gets dumped to the disk. And we're up to something like 400 and something thousand tiles that have been dumped to the disk. It's a little wild. So I'm not going to fill it up just yet. I'm going to use its headlights to kill some Zed over here. I forgot that this sword is actually almost broken. It needs to become a wall decoration so I can get a new one. And yet it still doesn't... It doesn't feel like it's almost broken. That's the glory of being Longblade 9. New tiles, like those specific trash... Okay, so if there are new tiles and the map did not convert, then the answer is probably yes, but that's probably only going to apply to areas you haven't explored yet. That's my prediction. I don't know this for sure. I have not actually observed any new tiles, nor did I even know there were any. But that's my assumption, is that because we did not see a map tile conversion when the save updated, tiles that have already been explored, where there would have been one of the new trash cans that you're talking about, probably will not have it. Meanwhile, if you go explore a new area, and when I say explore, what I mean is the dark tiles getting lit up. That's literally all I mean. If you, because we've already seen lots of precedent with that with other things. For example, when Nora had the 42.15 update, that was the update that added the new guns. And obviously she didn't get any of the new guns because all of the gun stores she had looted already had already spawned in. But then we went and visited a gun store here in Louisville that we hadn't looted yet, and it had some of the new guns in it. And that was cool. We got to experience some of the new guns at aiming level 10 at the time. Here for anything specific. I was just grabbing a couple things that were right in front of me. I should have turned on the generator and left it run. That's what I should be doing, instead of turning it on and then starting to pump gas immediately. It feels safer to turn it on, let it run for a second, and then screw around and see if there's any incoming while it runs. We do have a tall fence kind of going around the entire gas station in a U shape here. So any incoming is going to come from this 180-degree arc up here. Not much help for the gas station itself, but nearby the gas station. I'm just going to kill any foot mobiles that are outside the houses up here. I don't care about inside the houses right now. Oi. Yellow trash bin. Yeah, well, a retexture is technically a new item. That's one of the reasons that with my own retextures, like the backpack and the satchel, that's why I'm just retexturing existing items. Because new items just, well, then you gotta go in there and define a spawn table, and then you gotta go in there and make sure that when the game updates, nothing changes with the item definition process, and it's just all a hassle. I much prefer to just modify existing items wherever possible. I never really did understand generator sound responses for zombies. There are definitely some of those guys within range of the generator noise, and yet they seem to be doing anything. They're not all deaf, I know that much. I don't know what that sound I just heard was, but it didn't sound very familiar. So I was going to go and try to secure another heavy-duty vehicle to scrap for parts. Seeing this parking lot empty here tells me we're probably not going to have very many good prospects. There's another one up here on the right, and then after that we're starting to get in the direction of the school, where there's going to be tons of zombies and absolutely nothing we can steal. Or maybe... let's just scout it out. I got a race car. It's very easy to steal vehicles. In fact, usually when I think about stealing vehicles, I think about towing backwards. If I had to tow backwards, then we would... oh, shit. That was like a second and a half pause. So yeah, lots of zombies here. In fact, there's probably enough to wake up the music. Okay, I have an idea. Fiddle with the door handle for a second. Otherwise, this is a successful heist. I have no idea what the status of this thing is, but it looks pretty. I want my gas station to be clean, so I'm going to kill any incoming here. Even if it is going to result in me being awake for a little bit of extra time. Yeah, I don't know about the rest of these guys. Yeah, whatever. That other guy's just, he's out of here. Again, this sword is 1/3 integrity. That is pretty nice that I'm still getting so many one-shot. Longblade 9 is... I don't think any of my characters have ever been 10. Nope, I have only ever been 9. I look forward. Dani might break the mold. Ever since they made it so that jaw stab is not a skill thing, it's just a chance to happen. Short blade is really falling off. Short blade, I'm pretty sure that jaw stab just used to be a thing that just happened all the time if you were in the right range. That was your reward for the high risk gameplay of short blade, but guess that wasn't good enough. The fact that my girl is able to climb through a window, despite... Yeah, she should not have been able to do that. The fact that she was able to do that tells me that I think that might be intentional. Because remember, now that zombies crawl under cars arbitrarily, without being crawlers, that is part of a broad brush approach to get ahead of players being able to do exactly like what I'm doing right now. So what I just did, putting the car right there, that might be pointless. Like I said, I'm not exactly afraid of a single zombie flipping through the window because it would have to attack me from the front, and the front is maximum chances of pushback. It's still an unnecessary risk, but this hopefully should help the cow shut the fuck up. Which reminds me. Still doing the stress moves. It's really getting on my nerves. Deep breaths. Do not just take a swing at it. Put the machete away. You want stress? I'll show you stress. No, I'm not going to do that. Cow. We take care of our cows here, even when they're being extremely obstinate. But entirely immaterial to that is whether I'm going to go in there and disable the stress noises. I am very close to that breaking point there. I'm a really simple guy. I just need there to not be sounds that are literally programmed to annoy mammals playing constantly. That's all I need. Unfortunately, this game is not doing that for me right now. Again, these we're fighting tens of thousands of years of evolution here. Just because we're not the same species doesn't mean we do not recognize and sympathize with each other's stress noises. And because of that, it unironically bothers me. In the same way that a baby crying does. If it was my baby or the baby of anybody in my family, I would be like, oh, don't be crying, don't be sad. If it's anybody else's baby, please remove it from me. That's kind of how I am about that. I am not at all anti-natalist, but if it's not my baby, over there, please. Thank you. I don't think there's any metalworking we need immediately. Is there? I feel like there was something I was going to... Oh, yes. It was not metalworking, it was glass making. We need to melt some glass. That is the furnace here. And for that we need a small crucible. And I don't actually think we have any. Yeah, no, we don't have any small crucibles right now. So, let's make some. For that... See, this is the... It cancels my thoughts. When I hear the stress noises, it cancels my thoughts. It's literally what it's programmed to do. It's supposed to shut up the higher brain and get the lower brain saying, make it stop. Do I need water to make a... No, but I need sand. I should have sand. I should have sand. Where would I have put it? I remember dumping some out, like bags of sand were dumped at some point. I think they got put in State Trooper. That's another crucible, but that's a large one. Yeah, here we go. So 3 sacks of sand in here. That was all supposed to be for pottery. So I can access the pottery wheel from the same kind of movement pattern as if I was a knight from chess. It's kind of funny. And I'm going to do 3 of these. That's a number that worked out pretty well for me back at base. I'm also going to do, while it's right in front of me, I will do a mortar and pestle, because I know I'll need one at some point. Otherwise, everything else, I have no idea what I would use it for. What would this pipe segment be used for? I'm sure it would be used for something, but I don't know what it would be used for. It's not like we can make iron pipes, and yet the pipe segment recipe has been in there for the entirety of B42 thus far. So now we fire the crucible, or in the kiln here. Easy peasy. So we now have 3 small crucibles and a ceramic mortar and pestle, which is part of my tools. They go in there with the others. Furnace, I should now be able to melt glass. There we are. Why can't I melt glass into a large crucible? I guess that's just not allowed right now. It's whatever. I'm not that mad about it. So this is what I do now that you guys have seen me collecting broken glass all the time. This is what I do with it. We put it in these small ceramic crucibles, and there now have, you have to do it 6 at a time, so we need 2 more broken glass for another full one. I'm gonna go do that real quick. It's just broken glass. Just that I'm using it all up in an even amount. It's also time to pet the cow anyway. It's pet the cow o'clock. Look at that, there's some broken glass. Might even be some more over here under this window. Nope. We might be done with the broken glass in this house. Oh look, another looted and trashed house right across the street. Full of broken glass. So with that, that's another full crucible. I do not think we're going to have enough broken glass elsewhere here. But, well, it's right in front of me. Okay, there it is. Just had to make sure I clicked on it right. Cardboard boxes. Spare engine parts. I actually need those. I'll just start dumping some engine parts into the, whatchamacallit, whenever we have them. So we now have 3 small ceramic crucibles with molten glass in them, and that's what you use to make pretty much anything related to glass making. We need to make ceramic sheet mold if we want to proceed with that. Is there any hope of SN happy ending in this game? I'm assuming it, and yeah, no, okay, so you gotta make up your own ending. There is no happy ending to this game. 99.5% of humanity has been wiped out, and the remaining 0.05% is not yet added to the game. So, because right, the devs removed NPCs from the game. They're going to add them back once they are better. So the lore is already pretty dark, but the reality is even darker right now. Our girl right here is alone in the universe because we're playing single player. So the happy ending is, yeah, as KTO said, we've decided that our happy ending is if our save here, the save game that we're playing, gets broken by a game update, because that just means that she sailed off into the sunset to die alone somewhere, with only her animals to keep her company. Not the worst ending to go. I mean, you could always have no animals. I would definitely pick an ending with some animals around me. You know what? Now that's a compelling question. What if the animals were doomed to make stress noises for the rest of their lives? Would I rather be alone, or would I rather have them? Especially considering the one making stress noises right now is a cow. Oh, that would drive me insane in real life. Being nutritionally dependent on the cow. I need its milk to churn butter and to keep my weight going. So, man, that's worth getting the noggin jogging right there. Then again, my limits have never been tested. I have not been tested as a person, nowhere near as much as I kind of like to think that I have been. I could probably put up with a lot worse than what I put up with right now. Not that I would want to. I definitely don't want to, but yeah, I can put up with things if it's required. I keep looking at the forge, but we actually just need the furnace. Four glass panes, 2 planks, and we can just make our own windows arbitrarily. That is fantastic. We will need nails for it, so nails coming right up. These two, this log right here, these 2 logs are both reserved for a grindstone. Grindstone that I should have built already, so let's get that put together. The wheel is already there, so we just stand next to it and grindstone to sharpen the blades after we build them. But that leaves me with only 2 planks, so we'll need more plank. You know, I feel like if there was a zombie apocalypse under the lore of this game in real life, and I had survived this long, I would probably be absolutely paranoid to the end of reality that it might not be just a saturation issue where I may just be resilient to the zombie virus while I'm still alive, but then when I die, I'd become one of them. I would probably take extremely extensive measures to make sure that when my time comes, forget the wrong that I've done, let me leave behind some reason to be missed. Sorry, I couldn't stop myself. I would make sure that when my time comes, I would not be in a position where I would be moving around like other zombies do. I would ensure that I would actually, if you've ever read about certain types of monks doing self-mummification, I might do something similar myself. I don't know exactly how that would work, but if I could find a book on it, I would be finding a book on it and making sure that I do it. Even if that's not how it works, but we don't even know if that's how it works. I suppose we do, but it would require us to see somebody die in this game, which we can't do right now. The assumption, of course, would be that I've been alone since the apocalypse started, which would already make me so insane that I probably would not, well, I'd be talking to my animals as if they were people. That's what I'd be doing, probably. I already do that sometimes. I'll talk to, I mean, I talk to myself all the time. I don't get enough social interaction. Pay no mind to the fact that I'm no-clipping through the fence to pet the cow. We do what we have to do here. Even if it doesn't seem to be working. We were going to get more logs. There's plenty of places we'd go for that. But, regardless of where we do, we'll need an axe. And have I left an axe on the floor anywhere? I should have. But, thankfully, the vehicle that we brought with us today, Mr. Hung's over here, has spare axes in it. So I will have axes when and where I need it now. I don't expect too many logs from this, but I do want the rest of this yard cleaned up. So you may notice I've been piling up a whole bunch of stuff here. Some of it's garbage, some of it I might never use, but a lot of it is tree branches. There's 43 over there. And what we're going to do eventually is just bring the entire charcoal burner over there and burn all of those branches into charcoal, or at least like 90% of them. Probably everything but the saplings. And if the saplings look at me funny, we'll burn them too. I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna go kill it. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna kill it. I visited a hospital or some research center in the past days, or some sort of federal buildings. Are we talking about in real life? Or are you talking about in the video game? If so, what would I have done there? In video games, or in Zomboid here, we don't have too much of a need to go to places like hospitals. We did do the military research facility on one of my previous characters. We did that entirely for fun. There was no objective benefit to be had by going there. Ceramic sheet. That's where I need the pottery table. Okay. So, pottery table is the first thing I'm going to build with these planks here. Pottery bench, rather. That is 4 planks and a sheet. So I need to go acquire a sheet. There are some curtains in this house, and we need to pet the cow anyway.
Hey!
So the pottery bench has always been designated to go right here. It just wasn't really necessary for anything until now. But just like with other workbenches, we can access them around the corner here. For that I need a clay sculpting tool, which I do not have, but as a carver, I can have one very easily. I really should just, oh, there's my axe. Okay, I'm gonna lose it. Can you hear it? You hear it? Where is it? Which apartment? Do y'all want to play which apartment? Do you want to go every single, I'm sorry, townhouse. Do you want to go through every single townhouse and see if you can find out where it's coming from? Because otherwise it's going to keep going until we stop. Or we could tell the Andy Stone to go fuck off, and we could go in there and replace the audio sound, or the audio file for this, with a blank audio file. And I'm getting closer and closer to doing it. It's not this one. It's no alarm set. Yeah, so not this unit. Do I need to be bringing a sledgehammer? Yeah, I kind of do. I should just bring a sledgehammer in here and then just... Oh, it shut off, so now we can't echolocate it anymore. We just gotta wait until 1500 of the next day. We just gotta wait until 1500 of the next day. Or maybe we'll get really lucky and it'll be upstairs here. I don't know if you can revert saves. I've never tried. And I won't go back to 42.17 if I can figure out a way to deal with this. But if I can't, maybe replacing audio files is harder than I'm thinking it might be. But the save by itself, that's the only question I have. I've never done that with a save before. And I do not really want to risk the integrity of my save. Okay, so this isn't even a bedroom. So this house only has one bedroom, and it wasn't it. So it wasn't this house. Maybe it's the next one. Maybe it's the one after that. Maybe it's the one after that. How do we know? It goes through all walls, and it goes for 70 tiles. I let this game get to me way too much. There's no need for that. It's just a game. Of course, the problem is if I'm going to fall back on that it's just a game mentality, then when it bothers me, the most likely thing I am to do is to just stop playing it. And I'm not really interested in doing that right now. I'd much rather play it and not have to deal with that, because the rest of the game is great. Well, actually, I hate to say it, it does kind of make sense if you think about it in terms of the fact that the devs just decided to change. And again, I have no proof of this. This is just a intuition. So maybe this is just completely wrong. My intuition tells me that the devs didn't do that on purpose, but that they changed a category of sound instead of a specific type of, or, you know, targeting things like thumps on walls. I feel like they targeted that through categories instead of what they should have done, which is a more specific target. But I don't know. Maybe that was actually intentional. So some of this is starting to fill up. That one's already half full. So the one that's half full doesn't need more stuff. We want to put decaying stuff in the one that's least full. I really shouldn't be closing that interior door anymore. It was force of habit earlier, but now it is not necessary, strictly speaking. Oh my... That's a skill issue. Now these parking spots, I feel beholden to them, but I'm not. I'm not beholden to them. We will make our own parking spots at some point, because, yeah, I'm not going to let these ugly cracked marks on the pavement tell me what to do everywhere. Right in front of my base, it's more important to do what works. So I can already hear a voice in the back of my mind telling me that I'm doing this. I have been informed, possibly reliably, that running increases animal stress as long as they are within render distance. The cope in my brain is telling me that they can't see me because I can't see them. Because as you can see, when I go through this wall, the cow can no longer see me. But I get this sinking suspicion that that has no impact whatsoever, and the thing is still detecting my running and having its stress go back up. And I would only be able to find out about that if I had exact stress numbers in debug mode. Now, of course, one of the things that I did when I went out there, or what I was supposed to do when I went out there, was get something to carve into a sculpting tool. And I completely forgot about that because of various reasons. I can't blame the animals for all of that. The alarm clock definitely didn't help. Okay, I've just about had it. I have just about had it. I'm going to stop complaining about it, and I'm going to do something about it. Project Zomboid Media. Sound. No items match your search for the word cow. I get the sinking suspicion that none of this, the new animal sounds aren't going to be in here, are they? Of course, it decided to use my currently flagged VLC instance. How about I open a new one? I was just curious because that had an interesting name to it. Insane1.wav. I can already tell you what that is. I'm glad that I heard it ahead of time. So apparently zombies that are capable of sprinting are called insane. Yeah, I get the sinking suspicion that we're not going to find what we're looking for in here. And that's because some of the sounds in the game are not just files like this. They're in the banks. So it's in one of these. How did I deal with sound banks? I dealt with them once before and I forgot already. So I guess the Zomboid, I'm giving the Zomboid devs another reason to hate me here because they don't like it when you go out there and show people how to open up the sound banks. Maybe next time don't make it necessary for me to do that. That's not where it's going to be. It would not be in any of my other drives right now. It would be under PZ somewhere. Well, okay, so the sound banks have been extracted here. But, okay, here we go. I extracted them once already. This was a long time ago. This was like a year ago, almost, when I extracted these. So we may have... But here we are. Here's our targets. But do I have to put these into the bank manually, or will it read it directly from a mod folder? I don't know. Let's find out. So I'm going to copy these. These are the sound files that I need to replace. Animal, cow, vocal, stressed, 01 through 08. You never would have convinced me that there's actually 8 variants of it. But if it worked as a drop-in replacement despite being packed into a sound bank, which I don't know if that's going to work, but let's find out. So it would be media, sound, banks, desktop. So we go back to our mod folder here. Zomboid. So this is C, users, username, Zomboid, and then mods. And this is the mod that I'm just shoving everything into my the mod that's currently loaded. And assuming that drop-in replacement works, we go to media, and then we create a new folder called sound. And create a new folder called banks. And we create a new folder called desktop with a capital D, just in case it's case sensitive. We paste. Now, my theory, and again, I'm basing this based on other games. Skyrim worked like this. Skyrim would pack everything into ESMs, or whatever, the ESP, ESM, whatever the fuck they are, and you would be able to go in there and just do drop-in replacements as if the ESM, or as if the package file wasn't there. So what we can assume, or what we can theorize, is that these sound banks are just kind of like compressed folders without any subdirectories. That's my theory. And I'm going to give it a shot because it doesn't cost me anything to just paste these in here and then edit them in Audition down to a empty file. That's all I need to do. In fact, I'm going to make it even easier on myself. I'm just going to edit one of them to an empty file. I'm going to need to actually hear this, so we need to change the audio channel mapping from, or the hardware from WASAPI to MME. Yes, that is the sound that needs to never play again, so I do this. Effects, silence. That is what I need to hear whenever the cow is going to do the stress moo. Control S. Somehow it's still a 246 kilobyte audio file. Hopefully that didn't make it unreadable. So I'm going to be lazy for the rest of them. I'm just going to copy the file and copy the file name and just do it like that. I forgot to. Fuck this. 6, 7, and 8. Now, the only other one that I immediately need to get rid of is item alarm clock ringing loop.wav. Six, 7 mentioned. What was it mentioned? Oh yeah, I guess technically it was. Sorry about that. I'm sorry, Zoomers. I didn't mean to activate your neurons. All 5 of them. That is our target. So item underscore alarm underscore clock underscore ringing underscore loop.wav is getting replaced with a blank audio file. Yeah, I know. That's a big negative, Ghost Rider. Okay, that should do the trick for now. Hopefully this works. If it does, then we've got a precedent for how to do this for the rest of anything that bothers us. I'm going to close and reopen the game. Have I lost? Windows just does whatever it wants sometimes. Okay. Closing game, reopening game. Yep. I'm sure it is. 41, I had no complaints about the sound. It was great. I do like the music of 42. 42 did great music. So if we still hear stress moves, that means that nothing of what we just did actually accomplished anything. I have to be prepared for that eventuality because sound banks might be more complicated than just compressed folders. I think I just heard a moo that wasn't a stressed moo, and that's okay. I actually don't care about that. But keeping ears open. Probably going to need more logs, so we'll just take those back with us ahead of time. Okay, didn't work. Just going to check the logs really quick to make sure that it didn't try to load and then fail. I don't think it did. If it did fail to load it for any reason, it would have probably thrown something about it with the file name here. So I think it just didn't work. The game doesn't know what to do with the files you put in there because they're not packed into a massive thing full of other sound files, a bank, as it were. Sup, N King, how's it going? We're currently, I'm actually juggling whether to continue the stream or not. This is unironically pissing me the fuck off. Sorry to be so sensitive, everybody. I know this is not something that bothers everybody, but I cannot stand hearing these fucking animal stress noises. I did that. I brought it here. I shouldn't have brought it here. I can't just go in there and delete these sounds. That doesn't accomplish anything. One of the problems is I don't remember exactly how I extracted those to begin with. If I did, I might have it in my binary folder here. No, it wasn't. Not that. That's something I'm supposed to be doing elsewhere. Would have been something from July-ish of last year. If it was in here. Subfolder maybe? Whenever I have to download a program for a random task, it goes into cbin here. And that unfortunately results in the folder being incredibly messy. It would probably be in the B's. Right? No, maybe. That's the problem, is I forgot the name of the sound engine that they use for this game. Bink is, I think, a video one. That's not it. No, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it easily. There is a part of me that wants to just go out there and kill that fucking thing right now. Because I actually do want to play this game, and that's the worst part. That's actually what's making me so angry right now, is if I could just stop playing the game. If I had a lot of things to do, then sure, I'd just put it on the shelf for a while. But I actually want to play the game. And every time I try to lock in and get started doing something, my thoughts just get canceled by this fucking thing right here that keeps doing the mooing, that won't stop making those stress noises that are specifically programmed to communicate across to other mammals that something bad is going on. And I've pet the goddamn thing about a dozen times now. I could pet it 50 more. I'm level 10 animal care. Is that going to change anything? No, it's not going to change anything. The thing is still stressed. It's gone down from stressed to unnerved, though. Progress? Maybe. This is my longest game with this character. You don't really need to have 12 question marks. Fmod, you might be right. I thought Fmod was animation, but I actually can't remember. No, if you want my longest character, it's linked in the description. Anime. That was my 42.13 character. Second one in the description. Might have been Fmod, now I'm curious. Did I have Fmod tools here? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you, William. Thank you. Okay. Is it just straight editing? Yes. Well, that's extraction. Am I really gonna rebuild it? Is this the only option? Is that really the only option? I feel like I gotta take a quick peek at the Project Zomboid. The wiki here, PZ Wiki, does have a little bit of information for modders. It's not very substantial, but it's a good way to get started with a few things. Does not look like there is too much. Here we go. So you do need bank tools. Blah, blah, blah. I know how to locate the sound bank files. That's not the problem. I know how to extract them. That's not the problem. I know how to edit them. That's not the problem. What now? Thank you. You gotta be shitting me. Tell me. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Is this really the only fucking option? This is what I was afraid of. I like this guy's aesthetic. He's almost chosen the perfect color of orange. I need to give this guy an award. Hang on. Forgive me. Oh, fuck off. I'm not signed into Steam on my There we go. Just for that. I mean, and of course he's helping me confirm this, but yeah, no, I had to do that. Okay, so that's literally the only option then. All right. I really didn't want to do that because it actually is going to take a while to extract the banks. So zomboidsound.bank, I believe, is the one that I'm going to need to do. Yes, that's right, a 625 megabyte file. And he's saying that we literally just have to drop it in and replace it. Okay. I mean, I'm not above doing that. Yeah, let's fuck it. Fuck it. We've already come this far. What are you initializing? Oh, he's probably got it. Okay. Does it need all of them? It might need all of them. Or maybe it needs the, It's definitely doing something. Because it's using up my CPU, so I'll let it do its work. We'll leave it over here so that we can... Nah, there it is. It's doing the thing. So I'll just leave it on screen here as a see-through window. So we can keep doing what we're trying to do here. Monitor that progress. Make wooden low fence or metal high fence. So that... No, that's not... So the cow can see through and doesn't feel in a cage. Is that a thing? You might be onto something, but why are the rest of the animals reducing their stress then? That, you could be right, but yeah, maybe that's just only a factor and not the whole thing. Because all the other animals don't seem to have a problem losing their stress. It's just that one fucking cow now. One of these small handles goes to a clay sculpting tool. So now we can make our sheet mold. Irony, of course, being is I forgot that, or I almost forgot, that the whole reason I'm doing the doing these window panes is because of the animal farm over there. Cascading series of dumb things adding on to each other here. Make glass pane. Perfect. I can make as many as 12 of them, but I should only need a couple. What am I looking for? Windows. 4 per window. So let's just start with that and get the one that I'm thinking of put together. I mean, time fixes it. That's another thing. The time, just being around the animal long enough fixes it. I know that for a fact. The problem is it doesn't seem to be going fast enough, and I'm trying to do other things. And of course I forgot the stupid, Please tell me I can still build the window. Let's go get a crowbar so that we can delete the old window, because a crowbar is the only way to get rid of a window. Doesn't matter that I have 200,000 other tools in my backpack. Nope, only a crowbar can delete the remnants of a window that has long since been broken. Okay, maybe it's the curtains. I just can't. I just can't build windows here. Okay. Yep. No windows allowed there. Got all the materials. This worked last patch, but I think, okay, you know what? It might be because I'm not the one who built the window pane. I went and got the crowbar, so let's go steal somebody else's window then. Who cares if I can build my own if I can't use them? Should have just done that from the start. Why should I bother engaging with these beautiful new crafting systems if they just don't work right? Did I forget? I got the rods. I got the torch. Oh, right. Barricades are not under welding. Okay. There's a small possibility that I'll want these glass panes for the some of the upper floors at some point. No currently in use propane tanks. Okay, you know what? Let's just assume that homie in the chat there is correct, and I'm not even saying that you're not. I'm just my biggest criticism, of course, if that is correct, is why doesn't the game communicate that to me? Why are there 200,000 mechanisms for gaining stress and 1.0 methods of reducing it? Everything about that is wrong from a game design standpoint. So we can do a few big wire fences. Let's just go ahead and replace a few more of those wooden fences with big wire fences. One of the things that I didn't like about this is that the animals not being able to see me, I was counting as a blessing, because maybe if they can't see me, then they don't see me running, then they don't get stressed from me running, because that's a thing. It shouldn't be a thing, but it's a thing. Because yes, animals get stressed from players running around. And I have no inclination whatsoever if that's affecting it. It probably is. It probably is. But the game doesn't explain that to you. The game explains nothing in that regard. Maybe that, you know what, let's see if they fix that. Let's go to these lovely little videos here that if you hit F1, you get this now. Where's animals? Animal care. Animals need food and water to survive, which can be added to troughs. Animals will breed on their own. Just man's a tree and not a circle. Okay, so you're telling me that, okay, yeah. So, is there a penalty for incest? Apparently there is. Good to know. Alright, stress. Being around zombies, noise, or shooting. Where's running? Where's running? I don't see running in here. Where's not seeing through double wooden fences? Where's that? If they can't see, if it's because they can't see outside of where their enclosure is. I'm not even saying that's wrong. I'm saying, why the fuck isn't that here? God, these devs piss me the fuck off. They add all these stupid little things to the game and then they don't document it. And they don't tell anybody about it. People got to go digging through the fucking code just to figure out how the game works. I used to have fun doing that. It used to be a fun exercise. It is extremely exhausting at this point. It is extremely exhausting because I shouldn't have to dig through the code to figure out how things fucking work. But I'm always happy to try just about anything at this point. Because my nuclear option is still loading. It's still loading, by the way. This is how long it takes to extract an fmod bank file. I had a feeling that this would be the case. I must have blanked out in my memory exactly how long it was going to be. Where the fuck is my wire? Do I not have... What am I missing? I don't have enough scrap metal. I need 4 scrap metal. Right, that thing that I can't get through blacksmithing. The level 10 blacksmith can't make more scrap metal. I've got to go get it from cars. And that only does 1. That does 1. 4 scrap metal for 1. Oh, but no, we get too many materials from welding apart cars. Sorry, I don't mean to put anybody on the spot. I'm just saying that, goddamn, 4 scrap metal. You'll be lucky if you get that from a single car, even at level 10. Sometimes you can get a lot more, but sometimes you can get a lot less. It shouldn't always be down to luck, but sometimes it is. Imagine ripping apart an entire car and only getting a few kilos of scrap metal, quote unquote scrap metal, where the fuck that even is in this context. Okay, the cow can see outside now. It is not completely surrounded by walls. Appreciate you, man. Nothing against you, but my God, with this game, man, it gets me heated. See, anything we do at this point is almost moot, because eventually it's just going to go down by sheer time. I'm just trying to make it go down faster, and nothing I've tried has worked, because I don't think anything really does work that well. I think it really is just time and not a lack of build-up. Petting doesn't seem to fucking do anything. Actually, Ranzara gave me the numbers at one point. I didn't commit them to memory, but it was something with some random variance. Whatever it isn't fucking enough. That needs to be in there. I'm not beyond going through the code. I'm really not. But I'm kind of there is a small part of me that's like, don't do it, because that's like what Rossman talks about with enabling the behavior of assholes. It is an assholish behavior to not explain your video game for something as important as this. Not intentional, it's just neglectful. Animals have been in the game for a year and a half now. How long has it been since B42 came out? We're going back in time. 42.0.0. This was Tuesday, December 17th, 2024. (12/17/2024) to today. It has been 513 days since animals have been added to this game, and we still do not have it documented anywhere, other than, I'm sure, people have written guides here and there. Why is it incumbent on the player base to do that? And, I mean, some folks, again, nothing against anybody in chat who's been giving me pointers. I do appreciate that. It's just that, why does it have to be like that? We're not talking about something that was added 2 weeks ago, or not even something that was added 4 months ago. We're talking about something that was added 16 months ago, almost 17 months ago. Whatever. Like I said, the game has already pissed me off, so at this point, it's just, hey, look at that. We've finished extracting the bank file, so now all we got to do is replace those sounds with the ones that we fixed. From our mods folder here. Oh, okay. Wow. Disregard everything I just said about Fmod. It might not actually be necessary. I might just be an actual literal fucking idiot. That is not... everything I just said is just valid. I'm not retracting anything I just said. But I put the sound folder of what's supposed to be replaced in... I put it in the wrong... It's supposed to be here in the B42 section, because this is how modding structure works. Okay. That's why it didn't get loaded before. Theoretically, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. There's a possibility that would have no effect. But I need to find out, because obviously if this works, then I don't have to replace the entire audio bank. And that would be great. I would like to not have to replace the entire audio bank. So this is worth a try right here, just doing this. Because no matter what I try, if this doesn't work, then we got to repackage the audio bank, and that's going to take just as long as it took to extract it. Maybe even longer. Yeah. Well, I mean, tracking and hunting is definitely something that would be good. Um, yeah, tracking is very. I have mixed thoughts on it because right now it's just utilizing the, or at least I suppose it's supposed to be utilizing the foraging menu, where you go into search mode. I don't see. I've tried looking for animals that way before, and it hasn't really produced too many results. I think we just heard a stress moo. Oh, I have no idea. I haven't heard anything to that. So if they did, I haven't heard any specifics on it. I mean, if it works, great. I'm only a very lightweight modder myself. I don't get too deep into the code. So if you're talking about like adding more handles and stuff like that for Lua code to latch onto, cool. I don't know very much about the specifics though, but that can't be a bad thing if it works properly, and modders know how to utilize it. So, didn't work, but at least I did my due diligence, right? Because if what I suspected was the problem, then that would have worked. But no, this method of just dumping the banks straight in there doesn't work. So, like I was saying, that means we copy these files that are fixed over to the official latest unpack here. Control V, paste them all. And now we go back to Fmod Tools and rebuild. I'm going to assume that can be minimized, and that the window that called it will give me the little status bar there. So we can at least say that in the background we're working on fixing the problem. We've got good weather today, though. That's a good thing. I was supposed to sleep. Did I sleep? No, I didn't. There's no way I slept. So we're going to pet the cow one more time and then sleep over here. Okay. I'm taking a break from base work. I can't do this anymore. Thankfully, I have the option now to take a break if I want to. I'm no longer being told by the weather not to go out and go shooting, because if I were to go out in bad weather, such as rain or fog or anything of the sort, then we'd be like that lady over there who's screaming, because we would just be wasting all of our ammo. Putting away my tool bag here. And we are putting away my axe. That is a local use axe. I'm dropping it on the floor there. Weapons getting equipped. That thing had better count itself lucky that it's not the first thing that I go out there and start shooting. Alright, so we're going to need a carton of 762. Let me make sure I didn't leave the... I did. That's the sledgehammer that's on the floor up here. This is the sledgehammer that belongs to the field kit of the truck right there. So before we depart, we're going to check something here. B42map.com. Lovely website. Saved my hide many times. In this case, we're using it because it's got a little tool that shows you sound radiuses. Sound radii. We're going to look at the sound radius for a shotgun. And we're going to put the epicenter of the radius where our animals are. And we're going to make sure that we do not discharge any weaponry within that range, because the shotgun is the loudest. Where's Jericho? Jericho, where? There you are. So animals are in this backyard here. So sound radius is 200. 200. Hey, that's great. That's what I was doing already. I was making sure to stay in the highway at the minimum. I may have deviated into the forest once or twice, but it was only with a rifle, not a shotgun. I don't know what a rifle is, but I do know the shotgun is the loudest. So we were already correct on that. We don't want to be discharging anywhere closer to Jericho than 31 West itself, or past the gas station in this direction, which is already more or less what we've been doing. And this has also helped us figure out that we can discharge up here in this corner. Now, of course, this area being surrounded by these fucking double tall fences. Shooting in this area has always felt like a meme. It would be easier to clear the rail yard before we started shooting in there. But if we provide a few ways through, then the zombies won't get stuck on the fence forever. In any case, we have our radii, so that's great. That's basically our no-shooty zone. Oh shit, this is not good. Some of the M16 magazines I picked up are empty. I allowed empties to contaminate my fulls. Don't do that. Keep your empties and your fulls separated. Otherwise, you are the full. Okay, we are headed out, just stopping by the ammo trucks to grab a 762 carton. This needs to be... Oh, it was done. It just didn't give me a pop-up on top. Okay, I'll do it later. For now, I'm leaving the area, so when I come back later, after we vent some steam by killing some zombies, if it's still doing the stressed moves, then I'll delete the stressed moves from reality. Shouldn't have to do that, but gotta do what we gotta do, right? Do these after we open the cartons, we'll do them half at a time, so it's 120 rounds to work with. I think we're done with Fmod tools now. Alright, off we go. Won't be too long, and then I can actually just drive right through that parking lot right there and not risk accidental collisions with trees across the street. So I think we've been doing discharges around the church and not getting too many zombies coming at us. But it looks like up here. Yes, we still have plenty of action up here. We're moving in the general this way direction because Chapel Mount Downs is ahead of us. Chapel Mount Downs is a horse racing track. There are no horses in this universe, and even if there were, any ones at the Downs would be stressed to oblivion long before we got there. So I would never go there expecting to find horses. That would be Pony Romo. But what I want to find are the helmets that the horse riders wear. Jockey helmets. They are best in slot for the head. No competition whatsoever. 60% bite, 80% scratch. No downsides. No vision impairment, no hearing impairment, nothing. No insulation. It is, you could not ask for a better, by my standards, you could never ask for a better piece of equipment. Unfortunately, they look a little ugly. There is an orange one, but it's orange and white. I don't hate orange and white, but it means I have to rework some of my kit, because right now we're just black with a teeny smidgen of orange. Just kind of shooting and falling back so we give the peanut gallery a chance to move up. You ain't got a horse. He's just clapping coconuts together. First time long distance sniping on this build, I think. I can't remember if we did any since 42.18 dropped. But it feels good. I don't feel anything different. Nothing better or worse. Now, this being Louisville, it might seem like this area is light, and that we should feel bold and move up a little bit. If we move up just a little bit too far, we will have an entire wall of them coming our direction, and bringing that entire wall our direction would be a poor decision, considering some of them may actually have enough attention span to migrate much closer to our base if we do that. So, we will edge our way up there, and nothing other than that. The further we move up this way, the more likely we are to get people slapping the wooden fence there. And as long as I can continue to fall back, That's not a problem. So I'm pulling any foot mobiles on the road from that direction with that. Now we are edging closer to the Chapel Mount Downs parking lot. There it is. Right up that way. You can see the sign. Surprised we don't see too much action right there, but there's a lot of trees blocking us. I'm actually going to use this fence to my advantage, because if there are a bunch of Chapel Mount Down people, Chapel Mount Downers if you would, on the other side of it, then what better way to assemble them than to get them all slapping their faces against something they can't break through in a nice big old line here. It's only a shame I don't have shotgun prepped and ready. I'm really happy with the MSR-17. It is everything I wanted it to be. Exactly what I predicted it would be, and nothing more, nothing less. I kind of hoped it wouldn't jam, but I mean, that's not a problem with the rifle. That's a problem with the reintroduction of jamming mechanics and how fucking stupid they are and how much I hate them. But I'm not going to let that bother me today. We've got a hotkey to clear a jam. Sometimes that's all I want out of life. We should be so lucky to have hotkeys for everything else that bothers us. Imagine if there was a make cow stop mooing angrily hotkey. Shouldn't have left it running right there, but we managed to get ahead of that before it became a problem, because it was well on its way to becoming a problem. A number of them were going around the fence and or coming up from the highway. Just want to position ourselves for a good fallback here. So an unknown number of them were slapping the fence, probably from Chapel Mount Downs or somewhere in that direction. And now the Chapel Mount Downies will continue slapping the fence until they both lose line of sight of us and stop hearing us for long enough. Then they'll start going around it in a nice orderly line, filtering out in the general this way direction. But anyway, here I have a nice clean line of sight in most directions. I'm a little sussed about this parking lot over here, but I didn't see too many in there to begin with, and we haven't gotten close enough to spawn any of the building's interiors. Sometimes just a good old spade of killing is enough to clear the sinuses. You know what? I'm going to open up the rest of those bullet boxes that we picked up earlier. Because we're having a great time here. No need to stop so soon. See, this situation right here, this is probably what the devs had in mind when they decided to increase the sound radius for zombie slapping. It's actually kind of useful to know that there's still a number of them on that fence up there. But that is one situation. And as we have unfortunately found out, there are many situations where it's not useful, it's just fucking annoying. And I don't have any window into the devs' mindset on that. Do they care? Do they know? Do they care? Those are the two questions. And when you go radio silent, that's their right to do. When you go radio silent, all we're left to do is fill in the blanks. And things start looking a lot more like neglect. I said this before, but Hanlon's razor is blunt and broken. Worn, blunt, and broken. Yes, that's right. Worn and broken at the same time. Guess we don't want to get a good shot there. Wonder. How high up do I gotta be? Is there a third or a fourth floor that I could go up to where I could just shoot down onto the fences from above, even though the fences are double tall? I want to say probably not. And yet there's a 2-story building I could test right here. Unlike my other sniping positions, this one would be extremely useful if it actually worked. And by worked, I mean if it actually went over the fence. Oh, look at that. We did have somebody coming from this direction after all. I'm proud of you, buddy. My first taker for the revolver today. going to go up and survey without stopping to shoot for the moment. Ooh. I don't know if you guys are hearing that. I'm hearing wood splinter. That is a wood splintering. That means they might actually break one of these fences. I've never seen one of these fences break before. Never, not once. I have seen the military checkpoint fences break. Look at that, they all stopped. It's like they heard me. But you see how their movements are going now. They're trying to go around the fence now. And that is exactly what I wanted them to do all along. The rest of the parking lot doesn't look all that bad. Back in the day... Ooh, look at that. Look at that. What took them guys so long? Maybe they got stuck attacking something else. Shouldn't have tried that. That's too far away. Two shots. Got one coming from our 6 here. Two. Couple. Let them come. I see. There are people who somehow managed to go all the way around the fence to the residential area here. Just trying to get an eye on what the population numbers are like on the other side of this fence here. We don't have too much daylight left for sniping right now. Just trying to make use of it while... He died in that VHS a few times. Well, that, I am sorry for your loss. That is not a fun way to die. VHSs are hardly worth it. I mean, nothing in this game is worth dying over, but VHS tapes... There's other places to find them than Louisville. If I didn't already have an entire collection of every tape I ever wanted, I don't think I would ever want to go to Louisville personally. Got a police cruiser up here, probably a high engine quality because it is part of a wreck. Which building is this? Oh, there's a Gigamart here. Huh. A Gigamart with an almost empty parking lot. Interesting. A Gigamart with a gas station. I remember this place now. I think I know where I'm at. I think we're about to do our first pipe bombing. Because I know I've been saying a lot about zombies and killing them with weapons in order to progress my skills. And everything I said about that remains valid. However, now, as you can see, they are quite dense here. And any amount of firearms discharge would pull more than we can handle at once. And therefore, I think she's about to nab on my L until I hi-yet. And by that I mean we're about to set a firebomb. Or a pipe bomb, actually. Oh, she's dead. Pipe bomb set on the light, and the corpse of that zombie that we just killed is separated from the likely kill zone. It's time for a little bit of Wii U. Hello, Louisville. I predict the likelihood of shadow zombies for this one. If anybody's new here, you're in for a treat. We are about to do some very fun way of killing a very, very large amount of zombies. All with one bomb that costs me only 20 bullets to make. But it will take a little bit of time to get all of the zombies assembled, as we must lure them into the blast radius. And that is where our light bar comes in. That's why all of my heavy combat vehicle, or any combat vehicle of mine, basically any major vehicle is going to have a light bar on it. It's not just the towing power. Did he just punch a guy with a car? I like how the combat music went down a notch because we were out of line of sight for 0.5 seconds. You know, if I ever wanted to see if I could get them to break one of these wooden fences, this would be the moment. And it would actually probably help me unite the hordes. I might do it. Yeah, let's do it. Because there's probably a bunch in this residential area that want to get through. So theoretically, a huge chunk of all those people who we just led should now just be chilling on the other side of this fence, getting ready to slap it. Well, I didn't see them break it, so whatever. We'll just have to see if we can somehow manage to lure the residential dudes around. Yeah, somehow this massive horde of people here did not manage to break a hole. And I gave them some time, but I'm not going to give them that much time. How do I keep the throttle so steady? Okay, so hotkeys are Shift W to adjust your cruise control. Cruise control at 5 miles an hour will keep you ahead of any zombies directly behind you. 10 miles an hour will keep you ahead of anything but a fast shambler at a perpendicular angle. 15 miles an hour will keep you ahead of just about everybody. So those are your magic numbers. Use your cruise control and set it to the correct number based on the situation. When I'm leading a large group of people who are not, you know, there's nobody ahead of me, nobody coming in parallel, then I can just go forward at 5 miles an hour. And that will actually allow almost everybody to keep up with me. Because once you start going faster than 5, the slower ones start getting left behind. It gets a little harder to move them as a group when that happens. There will be a bit of doubling back up here depending on how many of them continue to come from the top of the screen direction here. It doesn't look like that many. It doesn't. I think we're going to be fine with this group. We could get a bigger group, but we're also losing daylight. I don't want to lose all of my daylight because then it will be a lot harder to corral these guys. But if you're ever curious about what I'm exactly doing at any given time, my key bindings are visible in the top and the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. You can see anything I do with my keyboard down there. So right now everything is manual. I'm controlling the vehicle by tapping buttons, tapping them at the designated speed in order to get what the vehicle needs to do. That's one of those things you can only really practice. But now we're doing the 5 miles an hour thing. A lot of them are coming at me perpendicular here, so I probably will bump that up to 10 when I start getting people close to my driver's window. I don't want to give them any hits. But we're staying ahead of most of them. Bump it up to 10. I'm good. See how there's a bunch of slow ones up here. That's why we want to move nice and slow ourselves and take our time. The moment I saw this parking lot empty, I got the idea to do this because, of course, there's plenty of parking lots in Louisville. Very rarely are they empty like this. The nice big street light out in the middle of nowhere. The street light is where we put the bomb, and we're using that as a point of reference so we can remember where the bomb is after we, after the spot where it's at is surrounded by zombies that are way taller than the bomb itself. We have critical mass. Or at least something close approximating. I call it critical mass when you can circle the group without doing any sort of fancy maneuvers. So we're actually not quite there yet, thanks to these guys coming in from the right. They must have just figured out how to go around the fence instead of slapping it. It's random. Totally random, it seems, to how long they end up slapping the fence. I am trying to keep my movements faster when I'm going in this direction and slower when going this direction because that gives the slobies up here plenty of time to reach me. Now we definitely have critical mass. As you can see, right the moment I say that. So we can still see the street light. It's actually a little hard to see, but it's there. Now it's summer, so the days are nice and long. So we don't have to worry about daylight being gone just yet, but it's coming. Within the next 2 hours, we'll start to really lose it. And that the most important thing about that is your view cone gets narrower, so it's harder to keep track of people around you. Still coming around the corner there. Regrettably, that is something I kind of wanted to do. I wanted to get people out of the neighborhood so that they could join the party here with the rest of the city slickers out here. So we'll give them a little bit of time to come in there. See, I'm willing to bet that now, if I were to lead this blob directly to one of the fences there, they'd find a way to break it. But at this point, I just want to blow them all up. Not even that guy who's got the 4 million kills. I'm guessing he's got a lot of mods. I don't follow other streamers, so there's a Brazilian dude who's got a bunch of million kills or whatever. Usually my first reaction when I hear about that is, so you wanted to play a horde shooter, right? Are you sure you're playing the right game? But no, I'm sure he's enjoying himself. You don't get 4 million kills just by screwing around. They just keep coming around that corner to the right there. I'm okay with that. I mean, as long as it's like a steady trickle, then it's not hard to get them into the group here. Because once they're in, everybody else is sticking around. We got this. It's pretty tight now, and I don't see any more coming. I think we've got our final grouping here. I'm going to set the cruise to 15 miles an hour now, and just do a steady circle to tighten them up. We've already got the remote out. I'm going to close up the menu a little bit here. Now, one of the things I've been noticing a little more is when I set it to 15 miles an hour or faster, we get more of these people like this one here. And I think this is just because I'm changing my direction so much. People will deviate from the group because they are executing that script that sends them directly to my driver's side window, despite the fact that I left the spot where they're going 10 seconds ago. Like this guy right here. He's going towards my driver's side window where it was 10 fucking seconds ago. I can't really blame the game for that. That's just probably an artifact of mine moving too fast. So for the final stretch, I want to see if I can go slower. Alright, our UI is already cleared up, so finger is now on the trigger. Almost everybody except for that front line there. And I won't get flanked from this direction too quickly. We're gonna clean up with the M16 and the 762 here. The group was ever so slightly a little too close to me when I did that. I actually wanted to get a little bit more distance because, I don't know, something about this being the first bombing of the current patch. I felt a little sussed about that. And look at that, the music already wants to go down. But we're not done yet. Trying to get them positioned right so that we can... There we go. Head on a swivel, even if I don't expect anybody to be coming from that side. 4 rounds. Oh, well, the siren is new. I don't know if I would call it less annoying, but it's new. They have changed the sound. They've added some reverb to it. And it does sound a little bit nicer, like realistic. But it is still, I mean, I will still go nuts if I listen to it for too long. It's part of the fact that I was able to get that done with by now, that I'm not too upset about it. So we've lost daylight officially. But perfect timing. Perfect timing. I wish there was a way to know exactly how many I killed with that, but it doesn't go to your kill counter. And as you can hear, we are still getting lots and lots of people slapping the fence there. Got the guns from the LEO zombie there. You know, I really should have, watches I feel like are going to be a little easier to find than, alarms. I think I can live with watches making noise. Yeah, I can live with that because at least those I can find them. Clocks I can find too, but they get a lot more annoying because of the density of the houses here. But yes, definitely a satisfying pipe bomb. Probably, as far as my efficacy goes, that was about 80% of how I usually do. I usually do a little better than that with my grouping. And in terms of total zombies killed, we didn't get any shadow zombies, so I can guarantee it was less than 500. If you have more than 500 zombies on screen at a time, you start seeing zombies loading without textures. We call them shadow zombies because they just show up as dark voids. Pick up my car wash bucket here, especially because it's about to refill itself. And we're back to the angry mooing, because of course we are. There's a 0.0 chance that the stress of the animal will just go away while we're not here. But in the background, while we were doing other things, the sound bank with the moo sounds all removed has been rebuilt. And I am very eager to see if it works. So that's the first thing I'm going to do after we catch a sleep here. We're going to catch a sleep. And then we are going to see if the moos disappear. Not all moos. In fact, we are only deleting the stressed moos. Regular moos are fine. I don't mind regular moos. As long as the regular moos aren't too loud. I did get a little annoyed with regular moos when I was on Nora, because we built our barn like as close to our base as this fence right here is. It's like really, really, really close. So, closing out of the game. And over here, we now have a sound bank right here that is bigger than the one that the game gave us. That really susses me out. That really susses me out. That might not be of any consequence. Now, let's just say that I was to replace the sound bank with the one that I've modified, and it causes instability. And let's just say that I didn't just back up the sound bank down to my desktop. Go to Steam, right-click on the settings wheel, and hit verify files. That will re-download the original one. So anything that we replace in the games folder like that, easy to fix if you go through Steam. Where is it? Here it is. Settings wheel, manage. Maybe under properties, installed files, verify integrity of game files. Right there. You hit that, and everything that will replace with what we just changed. So if this causes instability because maybe the sound bank is just too big, and Fmod didn't repackage it right, I don't know. I don't really care. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, then whatever. Fill my tea. Now, just because the stress noises aren't there anymore, that doesn't even mean necessarily that I don't care about the animals being stressed. Yeah, okay, so I broke the sound bank file. I don't know if y'all heard that, but yeah, no, we broke everything. So that's regrettable. But the moment I saw that the sound bank had been rebuilt to that size, that different change in file size, no. Basically, we can't delete the moos. Fuck. I fucking hate that. But at least we did our due diligence. We tried. We followed the guide. We did a drop-in replacement, and we rebuilt it. And as I feared, everything broke. So. Yeah, at least we know how to fix it, right? Maybe they started using a new version of Fmod, and the one that the tools that I'm using right now are outdated. That could always be the case. I don't really care to troubleshoot it right now. We're just gonna have to fucking deal with it. Just gonna have to watch my cortisol levels go up. Okay, I'm going to have her chill here for a moment. I will step away briefly IRL, and then I'll be back, and we'll continue. We'll work on some stuff. I want to try to make my workshop prettier. I might just drag the cow somewhere else. That is an option that I should have probably considered earlier. I vastly underestimated how difficult it would be to get rid of the sounds. At this point, it would be easier to change the Lewis scripts for whatever's causing the stress mood in the first place. But yeah, as I was saying, be right back, folks. Alright, so I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Hopefully the moose did not go get anybody else upset at them. I'm probably one of the very few people who are that bothered by it. Which is why even if the devs listened to my feedback, I probably wouldn't focus on it that hard. I would absolutely. If I knew they listened to my feedback, I would be on them about why are we hearing animal moos through 3 walls here at this distance. We shouldn't hear a peep from them at this distance through 3 walls. But yeah, they don't listen to my feedback, so that's a question for somebody else to ask, unfortunately. If my chair needed to be fed, I would definitely feed it. Okay, this is just confusing. You guys didn't hear anything just now, did you? Sounded like tapping in my wall to the left of me. Very weird. Honestly, if I end up hallucinating after playing video games that are this reliant on sound to survive, if I get to the... Okay, stand by just a moment. All right, so that was rather terrifying. I wasn't going insane. I was hearing my emergency heater turn on. Why? I don't know. My AC is now broken. I had to shut the fuse off because the emergency heater turned on and it was completely ignoring the thermostat. And the reason I got up in a panic is because it smelled like something was burning. But that's actually normal for the E heater, which uses a emergency heat uses like a burner or some kind. So it was functioning as intended. It just turned on for no reason. So that's rather. I don't know if I need to call the stream here and figure that out with maintenance immediately. This is going to get untenable because the AC obviously is not working anymore. So I won't be able to sit here and continue producing waste heat. My computer is obviously the fans are outputting a lot of waste heat right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get things wrapped up here, and we'll call the stream here because it's we've been at this for about 8 hours now. So nothing like worth panicking over now that I know exactly what it was. But that was very screwy, and I'm going to need to contact maintenance about it. Make sure it's not anything serious. All right. Just wanted to get my bags cleaned out. We already got started with that here. Yeah, well, I'm not the one doing it. That's just maintenance folks. Whenever they have time to come around, they will do so. Sometimes they can come in here and just fix things up. Last time I had an AC problem. It turned out being the compressor was shot and they had to replace it completely. And that took quite a long time. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if the emergency heater turns on, it's not supposed to ever be a fire hazard. But, yeah, it would definitely have been a hazard to a lot of things to just have the heat turn on right now in the middle of, well, it's not quite summer yet, IRL, it's May, mid-May right now. But in my area, it is plenty warm outside. I don't know where exactly I want to put these military backpacks. I was using them to store or organize, but they're a little inconvenient now, so I'm just going to put them up here for now. Okay, and with that, my bags are nice and sorted. So we've got ourselves a strong start next time after I catch our second sleep here. We're in a pretty good spot here. Screenshot my base as I try to do. Oh, geez. Oh, that is... Ooh. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. That is unfortunate exceedingly. I have dodged bullets when it comes to fire. A few years ago, one of the apartment units in my neighborhood caught fire, and that entire unit burned mostly to the ground. And then back when I lived with my parents, the single-family home directly behind ours, we were in a cul-de-sac, and there was a house directly behind ours, part of a different cul-de-sac. The one directly behind ours caught fire, and it was a propane tank problem with one of their grills. And they ended up, that house was more or less burned to the ground. There was nothing quite as terrifying as driving around the corner. We were coming home from like a family vacation, coming home around the corner to my own neighborhood just to see a huge fire directly behind my house. That was, yeah, bullet dodge for sure. But yeah, hopefully something important is not shot. I will be figuring that out hopefully this afternoon. I'm just going to walk down to the leasing office now and tell them about it because this seems like a higher priority issue. In any case, I think we are done for today. Going to go ahead and call it here, folks. I will probably catch you on Friday, as I don't usually stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, but Wednesdays occasionally. I'll catch you guys Friday. All right. Peace out, folks. Have a good one.